Good afternoon. Welcome to the Tuesday, October 21st meeting of the Board of Supervisors of the City and County of San Francisco, home to the 2014 National League champions, the San Francisco Giants. And with that, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. President. Supervisor Avalos.
Present.
Avalos present. Supervisor Breed.
Here.
Breed present. Supervisor Campos. Campos present. President Chu.
Present.
Chu present. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen present. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell present. Supervisor Kim.
Here.
Kim present. Supervisor Marr.
Here.
Marr present. Supervisor Tang.
Present.
Tang present. Supervisor Wiener. Wiener present. Supervisor Yee.
Present.
Yee present. Mr. President, all members are present.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Colleagues, we have board meeting minutes from September 9th and September 16th. Could I have a motion to approve those minutes? Motion by Supervisor Marr, seconded by Supervisor Campos. Without objection, those board meeting minutes are approved. Madam Clerk, are there any communications?
There are none today, Mr. President.
And could you read our 2 p.m. special order?
Yes, the first item of business is the policy discussion between the Honorable Mayor Edwin Lee and the Board of Supervisors. The Mayor may provide initial remarks for up to 5 minutes. The President will recognize Supervisor Breed of District 5, who will have 5 minutes to present her question to the Mayor. Follow-up questions are in order as long as the entire discussion does not exceed 5 minutes per supervisor.
Mr. Mayor, I want to invite you, welcome you back to our question time during this month of Orange October. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Chu, members of the board, and of course to our public. And as you know, the month of October is an important month for many reasons. The last few weeks in San Francisco, we've had plenty of opportunity to reflect and certainly to celebrate. We welcome back Fleet Week, and we not only celebrated and honored our armed forces, but we were able to practice our own humanitarian assistance and disaster training. And we have a strong emergency response system in place to rapidly respond to crises. And last week I met with our city agencies to ensure that the city stands ready to respond to a communicable disease outbreak. I'm confident that we have the emergency response and public health infrastructure to do just that, because we have our response plans and we've been practicing them and we've trained, and we just did so last week. And as part of the celebrations, San Francisco is honored to help commission the USS America, and because San Francisco will and has and always will be welcoming and honoring of our uniformed women and men, we also unveiled a long-awaited Veterans Memorial at the War Memorial. We also commemorated the 25th anniversary of the Loma Prieta earthquake. And as many of us remember, 25 years ago this month, the city came together like never before, and we've remembered, and we will always remember those 63 lives that were lost, and we're also thankful for the lives that were saved. And out of that terrible destruction came an opportunity to rebuild and improve our great city, and we seized that opportunity. We've invested millions of dollars through our earthquake safety and emergency response bonds. We're making sure soft-story buildings get the upgrades they need, and as well as our private schools. I want to thank you all for working with me on these important initiatives. And need I even say it, if it's October and if it's an even year, Giants must be in the World Series. This week, our city is awash in orange for Giants Pride Week, and I know we'll all join together to root our hometown heroes. And so now on to Supervisor Breed's question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge our District 5 colleague, Supervisor Breed, for the one question during today's session.
Thank you, President Chu, and welcome, Mr. Mayor. As we have all now seen in the news, and some San Franciscans have unfortunately experienced personally, we have a crisis in our fire department's ambulance system. The department is out of compliance with the service level it is obligated to provide under its exclusive operating agreement with the state. It is also failing to meet its own standard for ambulance response times. The city aims to have ambulances on the scene of emergencies within 10 minutes, 90% of the time. In July and August, the fire department's actual response time was almost 50% longer than that. There were 374 occasions when it took more than 20 minutes for an ambulance to arrive in August alone. Medic to follow calls when the fire department literally does not have an ambulance available to send to someone in need have increased over 500% since 2008, averaging 8 times per day in 2013 and spiking dramatically since. Meanwhile, the Board of Supervisors has approved funding for 16 new ambulances in the last several years, and the fire department has still not completed the purchase or put a single one into service. I know you have convened a working group to develop short, medium, and long-term measures to address the crises, and I thank you for inviting me to join the process. But I and every employee group in the fire department have lost faith in the current leadership of the department. We saw this crisis coming. I held my first hearing on it in January of this year. Why was this allowed to get so bad, and what are you doing to hold the leadership of the fire department accountable?
Thank you, Supervisor, for your question. And as you know, and many others, I've been discussing this very issue with the fire chief, with the fire commission, and with many staff for months. A growing city, a growing demand, coupled with year after year budget deficits have challenged our fire department on this response time issue for medic to follow calls. And it remains a high priority for the fire department and for the entire city to fix. And yes, we have discussed this at length, and you've been included, Supervisor, in several in-depth briefings through our working group. First, let's use your question as an opportunity to share some progress that we are making. And I'd like to also correct some serious misinformation that has been widely shared by the public, but out of context. Most importantly, when you call 911 for an emergency medical call, a paramedic will be by your side within minutes, providing high-quality medical care. Unfortunately, a few inaccurate and irresponsible comments by some officials have led people to believe that the fire department cannot provide medical help to 911 callers. Let's be very clear, that is not the case. The question that you have asked is about medic to follow, or in plain English, how long does it take after the first paramedic arrives on scene and have already begun life-saving treatment? How long would it take for an ambulance to arrive to transport a patient to the hospital? Supervisor, as you are a former fire commission, you know that the city's arrival goal for Code 3, which is life-threatening emergencies, is 10 minutes, 90% of the time. The city's goal for Code 2, which is non-life-threatening emergencies, is 20 minutes. We are not meeting those goals, and I've been seriously concerned about this issue for some time. And more than a year ago, Chief Hayes White sounded that alarm with more paramedics and ambulances that were needed. And that's why, funded in my budget, 35 new emergency management system hires, 16 of which are net new personnel. This investment, which Chief Hayes White advocated for many months ago, has already lowered the average wait for a Code 3 emergency medical transport by some 11%, getting us 2 minutes closer to our 10-minute goal. 19 new ambulances have been purchased, and a new hiring plan is underway. We are also implementing changes that come from the working group. Changes such as calling on private ambulance fleet to dedicate more resources for emergency calls to deal with those times that we have low staffing availability. And speaking with staffing availability, we are putting sick leave restrictions in place so that we prevent what happened last August 30th. On that date, the fire department had to deal with 300% increase in paid sick leave utilization as compared to a normal given day. So, Supervisor, we're making progress. We have more to do. In the coming weeks, we'll increase efforts to reduce unnecessary use of 911 systems by stationing medical personnel at the next-door shelter on Polk Street, which generated the single highest 911 call volume in 2013. The fire department, health department will also be reinstating the home team model, which is the homeless outreach medical evaluation model, to lessen the impact of repeat users on our EMS system. Let's keep working together to ensure that we achieve our Code 3 response time goals. San Francisco is counting on us, and we owe it to our residents and anyone who visits our city. And together we'll make sure that the fire department has the resources they need to continue saving lives. Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That concludes today's question time. And with that, Madam Clerk, why don't we go to our consent agenda, items 2 through 8.
Items 2 through 8, the consent calendar, are considered routine. If a member objects, an item may be removed and considered separately.
Colleagues, would anyone like to sever any of these items? Let's take a roll call vote.
On items 2 through 8, Supervisor Chu. Aye. Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim.
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr. Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee. Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Thank you. The item is these items are passed. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Item 9 is an ordinance to amend the administrative code to provide an exception for permanent residents to the prohibition on short-term residential rentals under certain conditions, to establish procedures and an application fee for a short-term residential rental registry for tracking and compliance, and to amend the planning code to clarify that short-term residential rentals shall not change a unit's type as residential, and making the requisite findings.
Thank you. President Chu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I know we had a very lengthy discussion on this topic 2 weeks ago, so let me just very briefly say thank you. I want to thank you for your consideration of our legislation to regulate short-term rentals. And I very much appreciate all of the work that all of you have done to tackle a very complicated and complex policy issue and to find a balanced solution to both allow people to afford to live in their homes and to stop hotel conversions. After 2 years of process that has included multiple planning and land use hearings on top of countless stakeholder meetings, we are ready to take action, and we need to take action. The status quo is simply not working, and with that, colleagues, I ask for your support.
Thank you. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you. Colleagues, I think the conversations that we have had in the last few weeks have focused on the concerns that I have heard from my district and that I continue to have with this legislation. As President Chu said, this is a complex issue, and I don't believe in the one-size-fits-all approach that this legislation takes in legalizing short-term rentals. We have zoning laws and allow certain uses in specific areas for very good reasons. Whether we are talking about formula retail controls or our recent discussions about pinball machines and video game arcades, and the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors have always considered the individual needs and characters of neighborhoods. I cannot support this legislation in its current form because it does not provide that nuance and thoughtful approach that I think is needed. I also think that we are missing a great opportunity by not collecting back taxes owed by these platforms. Therefore, colleagues, I will not be able to support this legislation today.
Thank you. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. I actually, just based on, a discourse about this legislation that's continued over the past week, I don't think that we approved the exact piece of ordinance that is going to be right for the city. Yesterday, there was an op-ed that was written by Dianne Feinstein, Senator Feinstein, the great senator from the great state of California. And she has been one who has worked on this Board of Supervisors and was mayor for 9 years, on top of 9 years on the Board of Supervisors. And I think what she has to say relate to a lot of the amendments that we tried to put in place last week for this legislation. And I'd like to take another bite at the apple to see if we can get an ordinance that more closely resembles what would be best for San Francisco and its many neighborhoods, as well as what's best for making distinctions between residential property and hotel property, as well as trying to limit the length of stays that often, if there are longer lengths of stays in our residential units, that could undermine rent control, could undermine the amount of property that's available for renters. Renters are desperately under attack in this city, and if we're seeing that our rental stock is being eroded by legislation like this because we haven't closed some of the loopholes that are in it, then we know that many San Franciscans will continue to suffer and to leave this city. And we're seeing the great divide in wealth in San Francisco widen right before our eyes all over again. And so I would like to go back to proposing a 90-day cap to short-term rentals for both hosted and unhosted rentals. This was an amendment that I had put forward last week, and I know the city attorney has drafted that already, so can make that available. It was shared last week, so I think it's easily at their disposal to be able to provide for us, but want to propose that as an amendment to the ordinance.
So is there a seconded by Supervisor Campos? Thank you. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you. I have another amendment that I'd like to make. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to speak to that amendment now or if we want to stick to speaking to the amendment by Supervisor Avalos.
I think as we did last time, let's take all the amendments in case there are others, and then we'll take them one by one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And again, I want to thank all my colleagues for all the time and energy that has gone into this, and all the members of the public from all sides of the issue that have come before the board to speak about this. Last time, 2 weeks ago, I introduced an amendment that would simply require the companies that are in this line of work to do what every business in San Francisco has to do, which is to pay back all the taxes that they owe the city and county of San Francisco. I'm not going to repeat the arguments that I made, but I do want to note what was said by Senator Dianne Feinstein in an editorial. It is not pretty typical that Senator Feinstein and I find ourselves on the same page. And I think that when you have a coalition that is opposing a piece of legislation like this one that is as broad as the coalition that has been working on this, a coalition that includes tenants, that includes landlords, that includes the labor community, that includes planners, that includes so many different businesses, I think that we have a responsibility to pay attention to what they're saying and to really take note. It's not often that you have Dianne Feinstein on one side of an issue agreeing with someone like Chris Daley, but that's precisely what's happening in this issue. As Senator Feinstein noted in her editorial, in her view, this legislation is a short-sighted action that would destroy the integrity of zoning throughout San Francisco. This is not only a former member of the Board of Supervisors, former president of the Board of Supervisors, but a former mayor of San Francisco saying that. And on the issue of back taxes, I want to just note what I said last time. On April 3rd, 2012, the city's tax collector issued a memo stating that a website company who receives rent in connection with an occupancy transaction is an operator that is responsible for collecting the transit occupancy tax associated with that rental and for remitting it to the city. We have heard testimony from Airbnb that they owe approximately $25 million in unpaid transit occupancy taxes. Senator Feinstein further stated in her editorial that this common sense amendment to collect back taxes was rejected by the Board of Supervisors, and I quote, "We must protect the integrity of San Francisco and ensure that taxes that are due are paid in full," end quote. I agree with Senator Feinstein and still find it unbelievable that we rejected this amendment the last time around. These companies have violated our tax code by failing to pay the taxes for the past 2.5 years. There has been much discussion about this issue in the last few days. Recently, actually, a member of this board, Supervisor Cohen, at a forum last week, indicated that she wanted to do something about the back taxes, as reported in 48 Hills. In response to the question as to whether she was going to do something about the collection of back taxes, Supervisor Cohen responded, and I quote, "Heck yes." Supervisor Cohen, I want to give you today an opportunity to do something about the comments and the statement that you gave at this forum. And so with that, I would like to reintroduce my amendment to make the operative date of this legislation 30 days after the treasurer tax collector certifies all outstanding transient occupancy taxes have been paid. Let's make the statement that there aren't two sets of rules in San Francisco. Just like any business in San Francisco, Airbnb must adhere to our tax laws. Before a law that legitimizes a company's presently illegal activities is passed, we must demand at a very minimum that the company pay its fair share and pays the $25 million in taxes owed to the taxpayers of the city and county of San Francisco. So I make that motion on that amendment, and I will distribute copies of the amendment, which you should have already from the last time, but we'll make sure that you have extra copies.
So is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Avalos. Thank you. Supervisor Weiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I voted against both of these amendments last week, and I'll be voting against both of them again today. I think that either one, frankly, is it's just not the right way to proceed with this legislation. I have enormous respect for Senator Feinstein, and she's absolutely one of the best elected officials we've had in San Francisco, but you can't always agree on everything. I think it's really important, and these two amendments actually raise an important issue. I know, and we've seen from some of the opponents, it's all about Airbnb. It's all about this large company. And so it becomes very easy to vilify when you're talking about a highly valued, growing company. It's not just about Airbnb. This is about real, live residents of San Francisco. Real, live people who are residents of this city, who are our neighbors, who rely on home sharing, whether it's to make ends meet, put a new roof on their house, to put their kids through college. A lot of people are struggling in this city, and I know it's tempting just to say everyone who's involved is a landlord who's doing evictions. That's not true. Some are, but most are not. I know it's easy to say everyone's abusing the system, and that is simply not the case. There are a lot of people in this city who are relying on whether it's renting out that extra room or whatever the case may be to make ends meet. And so when you talk about, well, if we don't limit everyone, even someone who has an extra room in their home that they want to rent out for more than 90 days, we're going to limit everyone to 90 days. And if you don't do that, you're rezoning the city and you are somehow helping this large corporation. What we're doing is allowing people to actually make ends meet who need this income. And by putting this restriction in place, we are harming real live San Franciscans, and I think we have to keep that in mind. This is not just about corporations, it's about residents of our city. I also want to, in terms of the tax argument, and we had a long discussion about this last week, but given that it's being raised again, I want to just reiterate what I said last week. We know that with or without this legislation, if this legislation proceeds without this amendment, our treasurer tax collector had the authority a year ago, 6 months ago, today, tomorrow, up until the expiration of a statute of limitations, if he chooses to go into court and to sue for collection of back taxes. We don't need to authorize him to do that. If he decides that that is the best way to proceed, he has the power to do that. And so what this amendment is proposing, this amendment is not about somehow authorizing the collection of back taxes. We already have the power to do that, and this legislation won't change that. What this amendment about back taxes says is that unless and until that money, the back taxes are paid, home sharing in San Francisco is illegal, period. And although it's easy to say, well, if Airbnb doesn't pay the back taxes, we're going to just hold up Airbnb's ability to actually have legalized short-term rentals. No, what it means is that individual residents of San Francisco will not be legally able to do home sharing until those back taxes are paid and until the years and years of litigation leading up to maybe the payment of the back taxes proceeds. We also know that, and we have other litigation that this city is engaged in with Expedia, with Travelocity, that it is not so clear that Airbnb is necessarily the entity that's liable for any back taxes. It could be residents of San Francisco. So are we saying that unless the tax collector starts going after residents of San Francisco to collect back taxes, we're not going to let this legislation go into effect? We also know that if we decide that we're not going to go after individuals in San Francisco, we're not going to start suing tenants and elderly homeowners to try to get them to pay the back taxes we claim they owe, that we're going to go after Airbnb, there's going to be litigation, and it could last for years. The Expedia Travelocity litigation has lasted for years. So what we're saying is instead of going ahead and collecting $11 million a year right now, today, for our hotel tax, for the arts and for all the other uses that we use hotel taxes for, instead of starting to collect that $11 million today, we're going to cut off our nose to spite our face and say we're not going to do any of this, we're going to keep this illegal, we're going to keep it in the dark until we can go for years and years and years and years of litigation up and down the courts and maybe collect the back taxes. Or maybe we'll lose and we won't get any of the taxes. So this amendment has been portrayed in such a simplistic way. This is just someone owes back taxes, pay it, and what we're doing, what this is proposing, is going to hurt San Franciscans, it's going to undermine our hotel tax, and we very well may lose. And so this is not a well-advised amendment, and I will be voting against it.
Thank you. President Chu. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, thank you, colleagues, for your discussion. Given that these were topics that we did discuss and debate fully 2 weeks ago, I think my perspective on these issues are clear, but let me just reiterate. First of all, on the 90-day cap, we heard from hundreds of residents in San Francisco who have told us that if there's a 90-day cap on hosted rentals, in other words, places where they currently live, there are seniors, there are empty nesters who literally to them this cap would be tantamount to an eviction notice. They would not be able to continue to live in San Francisco. And I think we need to think very carefully before we move forward in this way. On the issue of taxes, there's been a lot of noise in the last couple of weeks on this topic, and I want to take a moment to just reiterate facts. So the first fact, I was actually the first supervisor to say publicly that we ought to collect all taxes from this activity, including and particularly back taxes. And I think, colleagues, we all know that all this, our legislation does, is it requires for the first time hosting platforms to collect and deliver taxes. Likely, it's estimated $50 million over the next 3 years. It's also a fact that our legislation affirms our tax collectors' ability to collect all taxes from individuals and hosting platforms, including back taxes. And I want to thank our tax collector for issuing a statement today to reiterate that, to say, and I quote, "No existing or proposed laws, such as this one, in any way alters these tax obligations, including the obligation to pay unpaid, i.e. back taxes." It's a fact that the tax collector has already been using its authority to collect these taxes on short-term rental activity and has made paying those taxes easier by allowing individuals and platforms to file online. It's also a fact that our legislation does nothing to stop the tax collector from pursuing back taxes. The tax collector has full authority to enforce the Business and Tax Code, and as all of us know here on the board, the tax collector does not release information on who has paid these taxes because that information is private to ensure compliance. It's both legally required and common practice for tax entities. These are the facts. Now, There are many among us, myself included, I believe Supervisor Cohen is among us, who believe that we ought to be collecting back taxes. We genuinely believe that. But we are doing this in ways that are smart and with good policy for our city. For others, though, I think it's convenient for some who oppose this legislation to grandstand on taxes. It's been abundantly clear that this tactic is not actually about getting tax revenue for the city. It's all talk. I think it's easy to grandstand on back taxes to score points against this legislation, but actually delivering tax revenues for the city means moving forward on clear rules that bring short-term renting activity into regulation and into compliance. And colleagues, that is what we must do today.
Thank you. Supervisor Breed.
Thank you. I just have some comments about the back tax issue. I don't know if a lot of folks are Boardwalk Empire fans here, but Al Capone is about to go to jail. Not for bootlegging, not for murder, not for bribery, but for tax evasion. That part of history is actually true. He actually did time in Alcatraz, which is now, as you know, a famous landmark in our city. It makes me realize that the government is really, really good at collecting taxes. Say what you want about the government's ability to take on other problems, but the old saying about death and taxes still is true today. I've spoken with Treasurer Cisneros and the City Attorney's Office, and I am comfortable that the tax collector has the legal tools it needs to collect these back taxes. The amendment last week to hold this legislation until all back taxes are collected certainly sounded good and was on the surface a very fair point. But there are several reasons why I did not support it then, and I don't plan to support it now. As I mentioned, the Treasurer's Office has more than enough legal resources to collect back taxes. They do that every single day. And Mr. Cisneros says he does not need it in this legislation. In this particular case, the process of tax collection may involve individual hosts as well as the companies they used. It could take years to resolve, during which time the market would remain effectively unregulated. That would jeopardize both our housing supply and the estimated $11 million in annual taxes this will now generate. Individual tax cases are confidential, so it seems a bit questionable to tether citywide legislation to the disposition of individual cases. I absolutely want the city to collect every penny it is owed. This money goes to support muni, public housing, our police, and everything else we value. But the process of collection is very clearly the treasurer's responsibility and authority, and it's not within the board's authority, and so that's why I will not be supporting that particular amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. It's nothing like good old taxes to bring everybody together, right? Supervisor Breed and Campos and Wiener, you all said everything that really was on my mind, and I certainly stand by that, my desire to go after back taxes, and that's one thing that this government does do a very good job of, and that's going after people who don't pay their property taxes or their income taxes, or one thing that we do need to do a better job of is going after people and forgivable loans who take taxpayers' money. That's something else that we need to look into. But my two priorities really been straightforward when it comes to this debate. It's been to ensure that we prevent wholesale cannibalization of buildings for full-time short-term rentals, and then also to develop a framework that allows responsible hosts an opportunity to use short-term rentals to deal with their very real affordability issues. These are issues that, whether it's known or not, members of UHW have said to me that they have short-term rentals. Members of Local 2 have said to me that they are also part of short-term rentals. And it's really interesting because they find themselves in both pots. Yes, some people would interpret that hotel workers may be in jeopardy of losing their jobs. So it's really not just a cut, dry, black or white issue. This is something that is far more complex than I think even David Chu thought thought about when he was getting involved in this. But really, let me just take a moment and be extremely clear about where my position is on this issue when it comes to taxes, because it seems that some are very confused on where I stand. I support the requirement that all short-term rental platforms, Airbnb, and others pay their taxes in full. Now, the rhetoric on the issue of $25 million of potentially back-owned taxes is completely devoid of accurate information and is really, let's just call it what it is, politically motivated. Now, San Francisco has one of the smartest and most aggressive city attorneys ever right now in the city attorney's office. And we're fortunate to have this person there. And our city attorney was instrumental in getting gay rights, women's rights, and fighting slumlords. If their dollar was on the table, our city attorney is going to go after and get it. We're not leaving money on the table. That's one thing that Dennis Herrera does a very good job of, and you also heard in the statement from Jose Cisneros, our treasurer, tax collector. They've got the tools that they need to go after this. During this debate, we've all agreed that this issue needs to be regulated. But changing the effective date of this legislation based on an assumption that has no facts of what may be owed ignores the reality of our current housing crisis. We can't have it both ways. You can't agree that we need to regulate this behavior and then remove its effectiveness. You can't change your position to suit what is politically popular. It is our job as supervisors to investigate the issue, to hear from all sides, and to make policy decisions that are in the best interest for all San Franciscans. Now, while I know that simplifying the issue makes it easy to get votes, it does an incredible disservice to the residents of San Francisco. San Franciscans deserve better. They deserve to know the facts, and they deserve to know the truth. So, here they are. We don't actually know how much back taxes are owed. We don't even know if the city has the ability to collect them. We don't have the luxury of waiting to deal with this issue. We need regulations in place right now, today, so that we can go after the projected $11 million that we know that we can go after and get. We also need to have faith that our city attorney and our tax collector have the ability to review the legal issues and proceed in a way that is best for us here in San Francisco. So to me, City Attorney Herrera and Treasurer Cisneros have always demonstrated the inability to fight for San Francisco and to stand up for us when we need them. Now, San Francisco's affordability issues are nuanced, and trust and believe they're very complicated. They don't just impact tenants or one area of San Francisco. Let's get that real clear. We are all impacted by this. This issue has shown me that many San Franciscans in many districts, including D10, are struggling to stay in their homes and their rental units, and it's our job as legislators to think about all sides of an issue and represent all of San Francisco. Now, painting this as a tax break instead of taking the time to explain the complicated nature of this issue is insulting and just flat out wrong.
Thank you. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you. I was going to say I don't want to take a final vote until we get through these amendments. If Supervisor Avalos' amendment doesn't pass, then I want to re-author my amendment. Since everybody's talking about the back taxes, and I certainly hope nobody's going to interpret that I'm politically motivated on this issue. Yes, I think the treasurer has the tools to collect it. The funding. We've always had resolutions through here. I mean, I've been here almost 2 years, and here resolutions after resolutions, basically supporting what people are already authorized to do. And for me to support the back tax issue is really to say that this Board of Supervisors agree with collecting back taxes. It's not giving authorization. It's saying, do it. For me, it's really, if we can make a tweak in that amendment, I think we'll make it stronger. That is, for any of the short-term hosting platforms that pay their back taxes, they could continue their services as if this legislation passes. So you don't punish every single company that want to do this in San Francisco because they're the good citizens of San Francisco. They're going to pay their back taxes. And if none of these existing short-term hosting platforms want to pay back taxes and they're not allowed to move forward with their business model, then somebody, guess what? These people that were so creative, there's other people in the wings just as creative. They could start their new businesses with this short-term hosting platform paying the taxes. So if the author of this amendment can make that tweak, I think it would strengthen it while getting into the rhetoric of whether this is political or not.
Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Supervisor Yee. And that's actually something that we have consulted with the city attorney, and I don't know if that's possible legally, but I'm certainly open, to the extent that the city attorney believes that's possible.
Mr. Gibner.
Deputy City Attorney John Gibner. I'm sorry, I didn't catch Supervisor Yee exactly how you would amend Supervisor Campos' proposed amendment.
I would say that if this legislation passes, that the companies that can move forward with applying this legislation are the ones that pay the back taxes first. As soon as a particular company pays the back taxes, they get to continue the services. Those that did not pay the back taxes cannot continue the services.
Deputy City Attorney John Gibner again. So the current law, the Business and Tax Regulations Code, provides that individual taxpayer information is confidential. So currently the treasurer could not disclose to even the planning department, which is responsible for enforcing this law, which hosting platforms are current and which may owe taxes. If Supervisor Campos' amendment passes today, as I mentioned last week, the ordinance would go back to committee and ultimately also back to the Planning Commission, and my office could certainly explore that possibility and advise the board and the Planning Commission confidentially on it. But for today, I would recommend that you go with the amendment as proposed.
Thank you. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank Supervisor Yee. And again, I think that if the amendment on back taxes passes, it goes back to committee where we can draft something that tries to strike the right balance between what you're saying, Supervisor Yee, which I actually would support. I'm just not sure legally how to do that. But I think that I know that a lot of things have been thrown today, grandstanding, politically motivated. I mean, I don't think that Senator Feinstein is grandstanding. I don't think that Senator Feinstein's comments are politically motivated. I think that she, like so many people who have raised concerns about this legislation, have legitimate concerns about what this means for San Francisco. And I know that some people are very passionate, and I guess some people are especially passionate when it comes to making sure $10 billion companies don't pay taxes. But let's keep our conversation measured and really focus on the facts. The fact is that we have a determination by the treasurer that a platform, which they describe as an operator, is liable for taxes. That decision was issued on April 3rd, 2012. It doesn't focus on anything. It's talking about the operators. That's exactly what I'm focusing on. And the fact is that as much as the treasurer has the tools, ultimately policy around budget and taxation, subject to the approval of voters, is within the authority and the power of the Board of Supervisors. We are the ones who set policy on those issues. The treasurer and tax collector is there to implement that policy. And it is entirely appropriate for us today, as a matter of policy, to say that if a company wants to avail itself of these benefits, that we simply require that they do what everyone else in San Francisco, every other business has to do, which is to pay the back taxes. And while it's indeed the case that there are tools that are available to the tax collector, the fact is that the opinion that he issued was issued 2.5 years ago, and to this day, the taxes have not been collected. I think it is appropriate for this Board of Supervisors to step in and simply say, let's make sure that before we provide a benefit, which I think everyone acknowledges that it is a benefit, that we simply require what every other business has to do. And now, to the extent that this may lead to litigation, it's interesting because we have had a number of discussions that the possibility of litigation has not prevented us in the past from holding corporate entities accountable by this board. We have certainly not been afraid to hold corporations accountable when we believe that they owe something, and the fact that they are threatening to sue us has not stopped us in the past from actually making them play by the rules. And so this is an opportunity for us to actually say to do what we say we want to do, which is to actually require that these back taxes are paid. If you believe that, this is your opportunity to do it. I'm glad that folks have identified the excellent work that is done by our city attorney. I agree wholeheartedly. I used to be a member of that office before, so I know that they're great people. And I note that the law, the amendment that is before you, is an amendment that was actually drafted in close consultation with the San Francisco city attorney, to make sure that everything we do is legal, to make sure that everything we do is within the parameters of what the charter allows this Board of Supervisors to do. This charter allows this Board of Supervisors to do the very basic thing of requiring that someone pay their back taxes. This is the time to act, and I believe that what Senator Feinstein said is absolutely true. This is a common sense amendment that really makes companies do what every San Francisco business does on a daily basis: play by the rules.
Supervisor Kim?
Thank you. I was going to comment on Supervisor Avalos' amendment, but I think that it's worth stating that while I know that our Treasurer and Tax Collector Office is very aggressive in terms of its work of collecting our taxes, the fact is that they have not been able to collect a single dollar of those back taxes in the last 2.5 years. So if it had all the tools that it needed, then it should have collected them by now. And I do think that this amendment is important, and I voted for it 2 weeks ago, and I will vote for it again, that the Board of Supervisors supports their efforts in their office's ability to do this work. And in the press statement that was released by Jose Cisneros, I don't see any single sentence in this press statement saying that he doesn't need this amendment. He merely states that he collects taxes, and that is part of his authority and job, which we all understood to be part of his office. So if I'm missing that statement, I'd love to hear that directly from Mr. Cisneros. But I did want to speak back to the amendment, which I think is actually far more substantive, that has been introduced by Supervisor Avalos. I know that I've talked at length about this amendment at both land use committees, but not everyone watches our land use committees, so I will reiterate some of my feelings about this. First, there was a statement made that if we do only 90 days hosted and non-hosted, that will lead to seniors and long-term residents no longer being able to afford their homes. And this is what I have to say. They will get roommates. If you need someone for more than 90 days, you will get a roommate. That has long been the history of San Francisco, and that is how we have often all afforded to live here in the city. I have a roommate in order to live in San Francisco because I cannot afford to live here by myself. I have never been able to afford to live in San Francisco by myself, even when I lived here 15 years ago. And if you do want to do short-term rentals for longer than 90 days, you can actually apply for a permit at the planning department and get a bed and breakfast permit that will allow you to do it full-time and be under the regulations that the planning department has. As far as I've seen it at every planning commission meeting, there has never been a bed and breakfast permit denied by the Planning Commission. It sails through. It allows you to do this as a full-time job, and I believe that that is the route that you can take in order to do that. But then I want to get back to some of the facts that we have, and they're limited because our hosting companies do not share the data that they have before us. Out of the 4,798 units that the Chronicle found through their commission that they paid for in an analysis of Airbnb units here in San Francisco, 2/3 of those rent out the entire unit. This is not a couch. This is not a bedroom. This is the entire unit. And in those cases, I think it is really important that we make sure that we have a measure that we can enforce. The Planning Commission, the Planning Department has all said that the only way they're going to be able to enforce this legislation is if we do 90 days hosted or non-hosted. They made that clear in August, they made that clear in September, and that if we do try to figure out whether it's hosted or non-hosted, we actually have to investigate whether you lived in your house 275 nights a year. And let me tell you why that is challenging and actually far more invasive for the city to enforce on than previous. I had given an example when I served on the Land Use Committee, when I served on the school board, that we often had parents that suspected that other families at Lowell High School, our most prestigious high school in San Francisco, did not live in San Francisco. It is a requirement at Lowell that you live in San Francisco in order to go to one of our most highly sought-after school. The school district conducted very expensive investigations where we knocked on families' doors at 6 in the morning and even followed kids home to see if they truly lived in San Francisco. That is incredibly expensive and very difficult to do. And if we pass the legislation as we do today, which is to say only 90 unhosted days, we're opening the planning department to do that kind of work on our residents in San Francisco. And I would much prefer that our planning department did not have to engage in that type of investigation. And I imagine many of the people in this room would not want to be investigated in a level that is that invasive. So I will make one final argument as to why I think a 90-day hosted and non-hosted is incredibly important in order for the city to enforce this. And that's second, that if you want to do it for more than 90 days, that there is an opportunity, a legal existing opportunity pathway to do that through the bed and breakfast route. And finally, in explaining my vote 2 weeks ago, I think it's important to mention that I knew that the votes to pass this legislation existed. And one of the most important amendments that was brought to me, particularly by a tenants group, was that if we were not going to have 90 days hosted or non-hosted, which is my primary policy preference, that we at the very least provide an expedited private right of action by nonprofits whose mission statement includes affordable housing and tenant right protections. While I don't think this amendment is as strong as a 90-day hosted and non-hosted amendment, I do believe this amendment will allow us to go after the worst actors, the actors that are permanently taking units offline and not putting them out to tenants and residents that could live here in the city, further exacerbating our housing market issues. And I'll just give you one brief example of that. In April of this year, the tenants union, who we will be talking about later today, actually filed 4 complaints with the Department of Building Inspection stating that there were units that had permanently been taken offline, were not renting to existing residents, and had permanently done either a full-time Airbnb or other type of short-term rental, essentially turning those residential units that should have been homes for real people into hotels for tourists. They filed in April. DBI finally held a hearing in June, 3 months later, and then sat on that and did not make any determination until end of September. Now, keep in mind, at June, one of the landlords even admitted that they were doing a full-time short-term rental. And yet, after 6 months of hard work by our tenants union, nothing came of any of those 4 cases, which is why we fought so aggressively that if we're not going to do 90 days hosted or non-hosted, that we would at minimum have this expedited private right of action by organizations in San Francisco that have for decades fought on behalf of our residents and our tenants to make sure that our housing stock is used in the way that is most appropriate. But I will make one final plug, because I do think that Supervisor Avalos is stronger than the amendment that I introduced last week. But at minimum, I'm glad that we will have the private right of action included in the final legislation.
Thank you. President Chu, were you on the roster? Okay. Supervisor Breed.
Thank you. Supervisor Kim, through the chair, I just wanted to make it clear that in my comments I also mentioned that I spoke with both Treasurer Cisneros and the City Attorney's Office, so part of my comments included information from the memo as well as direct information in discussing this particular legislation or a possible amendment to collect back taxes with him, and that's why I mentioned that he made it clear to me that he does not need legislation to do his job. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Any further discussion on these amendments? Okay, why don't we take them one at a time. The first amendment was by Supervisor Avalos for a 90-day cap on hosted rentals, seconded by Supervisor Campos. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Supervisor Chu.
No.
Chu, no. Supervisor Cohen.
No.
Cohen, no. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, no. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Wiener.
No.
Wiener, no. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
No.
Breed, no. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. There are 5 ayes and 6 noes.
The amendment fails. And on Supervisor Campos's amendment regarding back taxes, seconded by Supervisor Avalos. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Supervisor Chu.
No.
Chu, no. Supervisor Cohen.
No.
Cohen, no. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, no. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Wiener.
No.
Wiener, no. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
No.
Breed, no. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. There are 5 ayes and 6 noes.
That amendment fails. And Supervisor Yee.
Yes. So I want to just reintroduce the amendment I tried to get passed a few weeks ago. So I won't argue about it. I think there's enough arguments. The amendment is just asking for additional requirements for RH1D districts, one-family detached dwellings, that is. The following additional requirements shall apply to short-term residential rental uses located within areas of Zone RH1D. So, and the residential unit and any portion thereof may be rented as a short-term residential rental for no more than 90 days per calendar year. The permanent resident must maintain residence in the residential unit during any short-term residential rental, and no more than 50% of the bedrooms in the residential unit may be used for the exclusive occupancy of the short-term residential renters users. So that's my amendment that I'd like to ask that you support.
Supervisor Yee has made the amendment as he's described. Is there a second to that amendment? Seconded by Supervisor Marr. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Supervisor Chu.
No.
Chu, no. Supervisor Cohen.
No.
Cohen, no. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, no. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Wiener.
No.
Wiener, no. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
No.
Breed, no. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. There are 5 ayes and 6 noes.
Amendment fails. And with that, colleagues, any further discussion? Okay, at this time, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll for whether this ordinance shall be finally passed?
On item 9, Supervisor Chu.
Yes.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim.
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
No.
Marr, no. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
No.
Yee, no. Supervisor Avalos.
N-O?
Avalos, no. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
No.
Campos, no. There are 7 ayes and 4 noes.
This ordinance is finally passed. Thank you, colleagues. With that, why don't we proceed to item 10?
Item 10 is an ordinance to amend the Business and Tax Regulations Code by revising and clarifying common administrative provisions for the business registration for the payroll expense and gross receipts tax and deleting obsolete provisions.
Roll call vote.
On item 10, Supervisor Chu.
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Supervisor Weiner.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The ordinance is passed on the first reading. Item 11.
Item 11 is an ordinance to amend the administrative and subdivision codes regarding tenant buyout agreements.
Supervisor Campos.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'm very honored today to be the chief sponsor of this legislation that was actually the brainchild of someone that I know we will be remembering today and honoring today, and that is the late and great Ted Gullickson. I believe this is the last piece of Ted Gullickson-inspired legislation that is before the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. My office and I want to thank Hillary Ronan in my office, have been working with Ted Gullickson for many months to develop this legislation. I know that it was something that was very important to him. I'm sure that he directly spoke to many of you about this legislation. And today I hope that you will join me in passing this legislation and allowing Ted to make one of his last great marks on this city in his endless quest to protect tenants in San Francisco. Despite so much discussion and attention on San Francisco's affordability and housing crisis, the truth of the matter is that we have no idea about the true scope of displacement in San Francisco because tenant buyouts are not regulated by the city in any form. Buyouts are when a landlord offers a tenant a monetary sum in exchange for the tenant vacating the unit outside of the eviction process. Buyouts are in essence a loophole in our just cause eviction laws. Under San Francisco's rent control ordinance, a landlord must have one of the 15 just cause reasons for evicting a tenant. Some of the just causes are based on the actions of the tenant, like failure to pay rent, and others are considered no-fault evictions, like when an owner decides to move into a unit. The San Francisco just cause eviction scheme was carefully crafted to protect rent control units in this city, which is San Francisco's rent control units are San Francisco's largest source of housing that is not vulnerable to the whims of the market. Buyouts are a loophole because they allow landlords to evade an official eviction by offering a tenant a monetary sum to vacate a unit without having to go through the eviction process and assert one of the 15 just causes of eviction. We know that protecting the rent control housing stock in San Francisco is a major component of addressing San Francisco's housing crisis. In fact, rent control units compose more than 50% of the city's price control housing. Given that efforts to amend the Ellis Act in Sacramento have failed, we must continue to act locally to develop and pass legislation to protect renters in San Francisco. Like Ted, I believe that regulating buyouts is a critical way that allows us to act locally to address this crisis. While we do not know the exact prevalence of buyouts, tenant and advocates have reported, and actually the budget and legislative analyst included this in his report, that for every Ellis Act eviction, there are a number, perhaps as many as 7 buyouts that take place. Moreover, as the report that was released by the budget and legislative analyst shows, there has been a significant increase that essentially proves the point. Between calendar years 2009 and 2013, we went from having, based on research that was done with these community-based organizations, 76 clients who were involved in a buyout in 2009, and then 179 in 2013. The legislation that you're voting on today strikes the right balance. It requires landlords to provide tenants with a disclosure of the tenant's rights before the landlord commences buyout negotiations and at the time that the buyout agreement is reduced to writing. It requires all buyout agreements to be in writing and allows a tenant to rescind a buyout for up to 45 days after he or she signs an agreement. Oftentimes, when a landlord offers a tenant a buyout, there is an imbalance of negotiating power between the landlord and the tenant. This is especially true in the case where tenants have limited English skills. I have heard many stories of a tenant accepting a tiny buyout offer to vacate the unit, a buyout offer that was substantially less than the relocation assistance that the tenant would have received if evicted under the Ellis Act. Or under the owner move-in, no-fault, just-cause eviction grounds. By requiring the landlord to provide a tenant with information about his or her rights before commencing discussions regarding a buyout offer, the tenant will have the time and resources to be fully educated about his or her rights when negotiating with the landlord. I hope that this provision will help balance out some of the inequities that occur with buyouts as they presently exist, where oftentimes higher income tenants with knowledge of their rights are able to negotiate large buyouts while lower income tenants leave rent control units without a meaningful relocation assistance. This legislation also requires landlords to file a copy of the buyout agreement with the rent board and requires that the rent board make those agreements publicly available on a searchable database to buyout agreements. It also requires the rent board to report to the Board of Supervisors on the frequency and nature of buyouts. By requiring the registration of buyouts, we will finally in the city have the data to fully understand the level of displacement that is happening in San Francisco. This legislation also imposes the same condo conversion prohibitions that are already in place for other no-fault evictions. This provision will help San Francisco's rent control housing stock by preventing landlords from condo converting rental units after a buyout in the same manner as the landlord is prevented from condo converting after a no-fault eviction. This means that a landlord would be unable to condo convert for 10 years if he or she has made multiple buyouts in the same building and will not be able to condo convert at any time if he or she makes a single buyout to a senior, disabled, or catastrophically ill tenant. Finally, the legislation allows tenants, nonprofits, C3s or C4s with the primary mission of protecting tenants' rights, or the San Francisco City Attorney's Office to enforce provisions of the law in California Superior Court. In the original version of the legislation, we were actually going to have the rent board enforce the provisions of the law, but after speaking to the director of the rent board, we did not feel that the agency has the resources, the capacity at this point to actually play that role. Today, I'm making one small amendment to this ordinance to accommodate the very reasonable requests from Supervisor Norman Yee. I agree that landlords should have more time to file a buyout agreement. I would like to amend the ordinance to give landlords a 2-week window to file the agreement after the agreement is final. And that amendment is, by the way, on page 7 of the legislation on line 10. With that, I ask that you join me in supporting this law. And again, I want to thank Ted Gullickson for being the inspiration for this piece of legislation, for his guidance, for his passion, and for never giving up on his effort to protect tenants in San Francisco. So with that, I make a motion to amend along the lines that I described.
Supervisor Campos has made the amendments that he's described. Is there a second to the amendments? Seconded by Supervisor Kim. Colleagues, any discussion to the amendments? Okay, without discussion, those amendments are adopted. Supervisor Cohen.
Good. Thank you very much. I think that for some, accepting the buyout might be the right decision for individuals and their respective family, and I think this legislation actually does a good job of not precluding that. My primary concern with tenant buyout agreements is that it's an unequal bargaining position that parties often are in. Now, while some tenants may be sophisticated about this process, not everyone understands the complicated regulatory framework. I'm not one of those individuals who believe that all buyouts are bad, but I do believe that we need more transparency in this area. I don't think that it's unreasonable to know which buildings have buyout agreements or to give tenants an opportunity to understand their rights and make the best decisions for themselves and their families, whether or not to accept a buyout, which is the reasons why I'm going to be supporting this legislation today.
Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, President Chu. Colleagues, I did not support this legislation in committee last week and won't be supporting it today. Two quick comments on it, and I appreciate we have differences of opinions on this one. First of all, I think I do have a fundamental different opinions than all buyouts are bad things here in the city of San Francisco. I have known many tenants, many low-income tenants as well, who have taken the proceeds of their buyouts, one, because they are leaving town anyways, two, that have taken them and turned them into down payments for their own home ownership opportunities here in San Francisco. And so I personally do not subscribe to the idea that all buyouts are, or should be treating this class of private agreements as evil, if you will, here in the city of San Francisco. I certainly do not subscribe to any of the abuses that have anecdotally been talked about. Coercion, intimidation, that's not something I subscribe to at all, but I think this becomes more of a blanket statement against buyouts generically. Second of all, certainly as someone who originally introduced the condo conversion legislation a few years ago, including the prohibition on condo conversions in buildings where there have been buyouts as well, just because there was a buyout, again, from my perspective, makes no sense at all. So it's those two reasons that I will not be supporting it today.
Supervisor Breed.
Thank you. I, like some of my colleagues here, I don't agree with the premise that all buyouts are necessarily bad. Some may be problematic, some may not. The mere fact that a tenant and a landlord agree to a cash transaction does not mean any harm has been done. In fact, I think you could make a strong argument that in the vast majority of cases, two informed consenting parties are engaging in a private transaction, and the government does not need to tell them what is best for them. I have supported and introduced many measures to protect tenants and preserve rental housing. If buyouts are happening on an occasion under the threat of an Ellis Act eviction, then let's keep working to reform Ellis Act and discourage its use. To the extent some tenants are agreeing to buyouts without consulting a tenants' rights counselor or knowing their rights, I'm happy to improve notification and access to counselors. I am comfortable with that element of the legislation, but I can't imagine how the government would ever give one party in any agreement the sole right to rescind an agreement 45 days after they sign it. How can anyone plan around that imposition? And what is the implication of us telling people we need to protect them from their own decisions? I also don't understand why the landlord and tenant need to disclose their private negotiations about their homes to the city and then have that information be publicly available. And if you do not file the form on time, the city and others can sue you for $100 a day plus attorney fees. As Supervisor Campos said about the soda tax, there is an element to all of this that seems just a bit big brother-ish to me. If we want to gather information to understand buyouts, we could ask the budget and legislative analysts, planning department, or controller's office to conduct an audit and even hire a third-party research firm if necessary. This legislation, on the other hand, is an approach that I definitely do not agree with. So I won't be supporting it today. Thank you.
Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Mr. President. When I first heard about the concept of this legislation, I was very open to it. But then the more I learned about it, the more concerns I had, and I will not be supporting it today. I think the intention underlying this legislation is very good, and it's an intention that I support. We know that there are abusive buyouts. I think that's unquestionable, and I think we all know people or have met people who have been the subject of either successful or unsuccessful abusive buyouts. But this legislation goes well beyond that, and I agree with Supervisor Cohen and with Supervisor Farrell that the core challenge is that this basically makes it the law that all buyouts are deemed to be abusive. Every single one, no matter what the circumstance, no matter what the situation, all buyouts are deemed to be abusive, are deemed to be the equivalent of evictions. And that is just not factual. That is not reality. Some are, some aren't, but this sweeps them all in. I have been a supporter of anti-displacement measures. I voted for Supervisor Campos's increase to the Ellis Act relocation payments. That was not a unanimous vote of this board. I supported it because it was the right thing to do. But this legislation, it just goes too far. I want to be clear, this is not just about disclosure. This is not just about transparency so that we can collect data on buyouts. If it were limited to simple data collection, that's something that I would be certainly open to. What this does is it says that if you do a buyout, we're going to ban you from entering the condo lottery, sometimes permanently. So even if you engage in a buyout that is not abusive, you are now going to be banned from the lottery either for a long period of time or maybe forever. It's basically saying if you do a buyout, no matter what the buyout is, we're going to treat you essentially as if it were an Ellis Act eviction in many respects. What this legislation, I fear, will do is it will encourage landlords, instead of trying to do a buyout, to actually engage in evictions. We'll see more owner move-in evictions, more Ellis Act evictions, and because what is excluded from the definition of a buyout is a settlement in litigation, we'll see more of a tendency simply to enter into unlawful detainer eviction lawsuits, because if you pay out the settlement there, it's not considered a buyout anymore. And so, again, this legislation, I think, has very good intentions behind it, but because it is, I think, an overly blunt instrument that sweeps all buyouts into the category of abusive buyouts, I think it goes too far, and I won't be supporting it today.
Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. I do also agree with many of the comments that were made by colleagues, and of course want to thank Supervisor Campos for bringing forth a piece of legislation that really does try, I think, in its goals to address some of the issues with tenants and really about certainty. As a tenant myself, believe me, I'd be the first to say that I would love to have certainty in the place that I live, and that I would want to support policies that also support that. But I think that we also have to approach measures with balance. So I agree that buyouts are not always just trying to simply evade the eviction process. I think sometimes it's actually what tenants do prefer. As Supervisor Farrell mentioned, some actually use that money and turn around and are able to actually put down a down payment for homes. I believe that the notification of rights for tenants is something that's absolutely, I think we all support, and I would agree with that. However, disclosing all the particular details of private negotiations, as Supervisor Breed also mentioned, is something that I think will also change potentially the nature of negotiations. So right now, I think that, again, there are some things I agree with, some that I don't. I think overall, as Supervisor Wiener also mentioned, I think that we're going to see potential evictions or whatnot go in a different form that may be something that we actually all don't support. So with that said, I am not able to support this measure today.
Supervisor Marr.
Thank you. I know at the Budget Committee we heard testimony from many of the leaders and members of the tenant movement, and I wanted to thank Supervisor Campos for carrying this, but also Supervisors Avalos and Kim for co-sponsoring as well. I wanted to say that the stories of tenant harassment and unfair bargaining power of tenants versus their landlord far outweighed the so-called positive stories of some positive buyouts, as Supervisor Farrell mentioned, or from the real estate industry told about positive stories. But I think the displacement crisis and the housing affordability crisis is what's before us. I think this is really well put together legislation that will help address the tip of the iceberg that the Ellis Act and other evictions we saw from the Budget Analyst report of the push out of poor people and even middle-income people by more affluent people and more affluent big businesses as well. And I think the stories of displacement are what I'm continuing to hear, the voices of people that have been saying there's not even a tracking of the types of buyouts that are going on. It's the tip of the iceberg below the surface. And I wanted to say for each of the few positive stories of a buyout experience where somebody may have had enough income to put a down payment, though it's hard for me to imagine that given the housing market right now, I wanted to say that the negative stories made me think about the unequal bargaining power of a tenant, especially a low-income senior that's being pushed out, and the harassment and other factors that landlords have used from the stories that I've heard. It's the equivalent of negotiating with your landlord with a gun pointed towards your head often, and I think that's more of the stories that I've heard from my neighborhood and other neighborhoods in the city. So I'm going to be supporting this proudly with Ted Gullickson and the tenant movement in mind, as well as other measures, and I urge my colleagues to consider that context of displacement going on as we consider legislation like this.
Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, Mr. President. I simply want to note that I appreciate the comments that my colleagues have made, and I just want to be very clear that in looking at the issue of buyouts, even though there were some people who at some point suggested, is there a way that you can just prevent buyouts from happening altogether? That's not what this legislation does. This is really about striking a balance where we recognize that people have a right to enter into these agreements, but it's simply regulating those agreements. And I think that's the intent behind this. And, I know that for the folks who have been doing this kind of work, it's great that the board has taken actions to address the issue of evictions. But as Ted Gullickson would note, for every eviction, there are a number of buyouts that happen. So if we're really looking at displacement, looking at buyouts is an important part of the equation. Thank you.
Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. I just want to thank Supervisor Campos for bringing this legislation forward. We have not created enough tools to address the housing crisis in San Francisco, the plight that tenants face. I agree there are many people who are offered buyouts who don't have the ability to say no, who don't have the ability to negotiate. There's a great power difference. I have met many more people who have been forced to do buyouts than people who have actually saw opportunity in a buyout where they can actually buy property. That to me is more of a myth, or more of the very small fraction of the people who are actually involved in buyouts from the tenant point of view. So I'm proud to vote yes in favor of this legislation, and I think it's a small finger we can put in the dike of all the many ways that people are forced to live in San Francisco with a lot of fear about whether their next conversation with their property owner, with their landlord, is going to be one offering them the exit pass to some other part of the Bay Area.
Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. I'm also really proud to be a co-sponsor of this legislation. As Supervisor Campos has already laid out, we know that there are numerous, in fact countless, evictions that take place in the city that aren't on record with the rent board simply because there was a buyout, sometimes often done in a way that's intimidating, or the tenants are not empowered to know what their rights are. And accept the agreement thinking that that is the right deal. I think this legislation moves us ahead in actually formalizing how that process happens between landlords and tenants. And now the city will actually be able to collect the data on the number of buyouts that we have here. And while it's true that not all buyouts are the same, it's, I think, incredibly important for the city to be able to gather the data on the number of buyouts that we're currently seeing in this very heated real estate market in the city. I know we'll be speaking about Ted Gullickson during our roll call, but this was the very last piece of legislation that he personally came into my office to ask me to co-sponsor. And I just want to thank him for his work on this legislation and just always for decades tirelessly fighting to make sure that we are strengthening the city on behalf of our tenants so that they can not only afford to live here, but have the right to live here.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, let's take the roll.
On item 11 as amended, Supervisor Chu.
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, no. Supervisor Kim.
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Wiener.
No.
Wiener, no. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
No.
Breed, no. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. There are 7 ayes and 4 noes.
The ordinance is passed on the first reading, and with that, colleagues, we have a 3:30 special item in recognition of Restaurant Appreciation Month, which we do every year during this month, to each acknowledge a restaurant in our district that are doing special things and serving up special foods. So with that, as my staff, I believe, has told some of your staff, what I'd like to do today is go in reverse numerical order, starting with Supervisor Avalos at District 11, then going down to 10, all the way to District 1. So with that, I'd like to acknowledge Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you, President Chu. I appreciate going in reverse numerical order. So District 11 is first this time, and I welcome Peter Tanus of Roxy Market to the podium. And you want to lift the microphone, although you won't need it for a couple minutes. If folks are aware of Roxy Market on the corner of San Jose Avenue and San Juan, it is a great place to pick up a sandwich and also to rub elbows with just the regular folks that live in District 11. They have great sandwiches that are there, and you also see kind of a wall of some of the history of mayors who have been visitors of Roxy Market. Roxy Market has actually been around for 39 years.
Yes.
Was established August 29th, 1975. That's correct?
Yeah, that's
1975, which is one of the longer restaurants, place to get sandwiches in all of District 11. It's really exciting that you have been there all this time, and the sandwiches only get better with the years. One thing that's really important to note for Peter and his family, and I'll read other family names who are part of the Roxy Market tradition, Tony Tannis and Simon Tannis. They give a lot to District 11 and the Mission Terrace neighborhood. They help to sponsor our 4th of July picnic and parade. It's, I think, the only 4th of July picnic and parade we have in San Francisco. It happens to take place in Mission Terrace, and Peter is a big part of that. It is out there barbecuing, by the Balboa, in the Balboa Park for that event. Has also been a big factor in many of our neighborhood activities and supporting a lot of our neighborhood events and neighborhood organizations' efforts. And his very, very generous with his support, and it's been fabulous to get to know you over the years. But I think I would be remiss if I didn't actually talk about the sandwiches that are at Roxy Market. And my legislative aide, Francis Shea, had written up for me some of the keys to ordering sandwiches at Roxy. It's best that you don't call in the order, that you actually spend a little time in the aisles, crammed in the aisles at Roxy Market. That way you get to meet the folks who are making your sandwich, and you get to rub elbows with the local District 11 residents and residents of Mission Terrace neighborhood. Get the junior size, unless you're training for an extreme food eating contest. It's enough to share. Get the Dutch Crunch. You might think wheat bread is healthier or sourdough for San Francisco, but the Dutch Crunch is the only way to have their sandwiches. Everything at Roxy's is better toasted. So, Peter, I want to thank you for your contributions to our neighborhood and your many years, almost 40 years, of feeding us well for our lunches and our breaks in the neighborhood and our weekends and our parties that we've had. You've been a tremendous asset to the community, and I want to look forward to many more years of buying your sandwiches and attending the events you sponsor, like our 4th of July parade in the neighborhood. Thank you, and I have a certificate, but if you want to share a few words with us.
Well, I thank you for the recommendation, and I thank the board. And we've been 39 years in business, and without our customers, we believe always in two-way street. We like to give back to our community because when we when we immigrated to this country, we had our shirt on only, and we thank them for the opportunity, and we appreciate everything we have.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. From District 11 now to District 10. Supervisor Cohen.
Good. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to a fantastic restaurant in Visitation Valley called Eat, Drink, Play. Now, who wouldn't want to come to a place like this? So today I'm pleased to honor Eat, Drink, Play, which is located at 28 Leland Avenue. I'd like to welcome Ms. Manal Mahmood and Mohammed Yosri, the owners of Eat, Drink, Play. This restaurant has been an important part of the Visitation Valley business corridor since its opening up on Leland Avenue, and it has really enlivened this corridor. It's brightened up the neighborhood. They've been active participants in a lot of our community organizing and neighborhood merchant events. Everyone who visits the restaurant is treated like family. Manal is always there to greet her customers with a smile, and they have amazing personal customer service. Their menu is incredibly diverse, and it has something on the menu for everyone, particularly a menu that represents the diversity of the Visitation Valley neighborhood. My personal favorite is the curry, and I'd like to give the owners an opportunity just to speak on the mic at this podium right here. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors. It's a privilege to present this certificate to you for your outstanding contribution to the Viz Valley neighborhood. Let's take a couple minutes.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the chance to be here. Thank you for the board. Thanks for Malia and her support. We love the community. We've been there maybe not for so many years, but we did build a good relation because everybody is nice and warm and supporting us, and we love people, and I believe hopefully we keep to continue serving the community and help with it for the coming years. Thank you so much for everybody. Thanks, Malia.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. Why don't we now go to District 9, Supervisor Campos.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This is one of my favorite recognitions simply because it just illustrates how incredibly lucky we are here in San Francisco, though it does make you very hungry as you hear about these incredible establishments. It is my honor to call upon Danielle and Troy Reese, who are the owners of Queens, Louisiana Po' Boy. I know that they're here with their daughter Tori and Troy's mother Patsy. So there you are. It is my honor to recognize today this really incredible establishment on San Bruno Avenue. If you haven't tried the food, you're really missing out. And I know that for me and my husband, it's a tradition to eat their incredible turkey, their fried turkey, which is as delicious as turkey can be. But it is my honor on behalf of the Board of Supervisors today to congratulate Queens, Louisiana Po' Boy Cafe on being selected today as the District 9 honoree for Restaurant Appreciation Month, October 2014. Your delicious dishes, such as authentic po' boys and vignettes, are a favorite of many in the community and enrich our city with Louisiana Creole culture. Thank you for your community leadership, including your support for local schools and your active involvement in Bloodmobile blood drives. We deeply appreciate your contributions to the Port Ola neighborhood and to our entire city. And as your district supervisor, I am grateful not only for the amazing food you provide our community, but for the fact that you are an integral part of that community and very involved in what happens in that community. So it is my honor today to recognize you.
Thank you. I would like to express my gratitude for this certificate of honor. We are truly humbled and inspired. I would like to especially thank my family who made my dream a possibility. Mr. and Mrs. Alexander Reese, who are residents, property owners, as well as business owners in the Port Ola for over 40 years. My husband and I truly stand upon your shoulders. You have passed on your knowledge and encouragement, which have been the keys to our success. With you, none of this would be possible. I would like to pay special acknowledgement to Supervisor Campos and your staff for your support. I would also like to acknowledge Jack Z of the Port Ola Neighborhood Commission, who have supported Queens from the day it opened. As a native of Louisiana, Queens strives to do our best to serve authentic great food and to serve our community with warmth and Louisiana hospitality. It is our goal to extend beyond the Port Ola neighborhood and open a second location at Pier 33 and a half, where we can carry out our goals of economic prosperity and community service. Thank you.
Thank you. From District 9 to District... Thank you. From District 9 to District 8, Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, today I'm very delighted to honor a Noe Valley institution, Firefly. And it's just I'm sure some of you have been there before. It's a terrific restaurant with over 20 years on 24th Street. Brad Levy and Viva Edelson conceived the idea of opening their restaurant, Firefly, when Brad was a frustrated chef and Viva was a frustrated artist and line cook. They wanted a restaurant where customers felt like they were at a friend's house for dinner. They had their first run-through with families and friends on November 3rd, 1993. By 8 p.m., they ran out of food. They perfected the restaurant over a 15-year period, and when Viva left the restaurant to pursue other things, Brad's wife Jennifer stepped in to run Firefly along with current staff. Firefly has become and has long been a bustling treasure in the neighborhood of food and drink and terrific atmosphere. Firefly has also been a tremendous supporter of our public schools. During the month of January, every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and the same will be true this coming up January, you can tell your server which public school you'd like to donate 20% of your check to, and that will happen. Brad is also an active parent in the Glen Park Elementary School community. And I just want to thank you and the restaurant and all of your staff for really making Noe Valley an even better place than it already is. So congratulations, Firefly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Supervisor. I have my daughters here. I don't know if you, there's Alicia. She's covered up by the closed captioning. There you are. And my daughter Essie, who are both students at Glen Park Elementary School and have been so for about the last 4 years for my oldest. And we've gotten to see personally what great things the public schools can do for our community and for the children. And we're just so happy to be a part of the public school system and see it getting better year after year here in San Francisco. And hopefully these kids are a testament to what public education can do. I was a public school product as well. We're proud to have been in Noe Valley for 20 years. We hope we've made a lot of people happy over that time, and we also like to think that we're just getting started. So maybe we'll be back here in another 20 years to accept something else from you. And we have many hot dogs to serve you in the meantime at the Glen Park Elementary Festivals. Thank you. I don't know how they're going to get in a picture. That's it. Always ready. Here.
No. So we'll do.
From District 8. Thank you, Supervisor Wiener. From District 8 now to District 7. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you, President Chu. Today we are honoring Kay's Kitchen in District 7 for Restaurant Appreciation Month. I don't believe anybody's here representing them today. Kay's Kitchen is one of my favorite restaurants to visit with my family. It helps that I could actually walk there from my home. Tucked away on Monterey Boulevard, yes, Monterey Boulevard. Most people in my district, if they want to go out to eat, will go to West Portal or perhaps Ocean Avenue or up in by Dewey Circle. But Monterey Boulevard, no. So if you want to find a gem in San Francisco, come to Monterey Boulevard and visit Kay's Kitchen. It is one of the very few Japanese restaurants in the area, but it certainly delivers the taste and freshness that I've had anywhere in San Francisco. Kay's Kitchen is run by Ken Dang, an immigrant chef who wanted to start a smaller restaurant that brought inventive Japanese cuisine to the west side of San Francisco. With the versatile selection of sashimi, nigiri, and sushi rolls, even one aptly named the Monterey Special, Kay's Kitchen offers excellent food while maintaining its local charm. While people may often overlook Monterey Boulevard as a destination, we actually have some other great restaurants on the same street. And we are fortunate that Ken decided to station Kay's Kitchen here for the last 7 years. Ken's not here today because he's visiting his family in China this week, so he is unable to accept this award today personally, but I will personally deliver this certificate to him during my next sashimi stop at Kay's Kitchen. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Kim.
All right. Well, we have a San Francisco institution in the house, Delancey Street Restaurant, and their counterpart, Crossroads Cafe. These restaurants actually don't need much of an introduction to this Board of Supervisors. But for the members of the public that are watching and may not have visited these restaurants yet, I will let you know a little bit about them. These social enterprises are located in our neighborhood hubs in South Beach, San Francisco, and has been there long before much of the development that we currently see today. In 1971, Delancey Street Foundation began in the apartment of John Maher, someone with a felony on his record, and cohort Mimi Silbert. They created a new riff on the nonprofit model, creating an extended family by bringing residents in off the street and assigning roles based on their talents. Whoever could cook would become the head chef. Whoever could hold a hammer did the repairs. And the seeds of Delancey Street were born, starting with the purchase of the old Russian consulate in Pacific Heights in Mark Farrell's district. Delancey Street has grown into the country's leading residential self-help organization for former substance abusers, individuals with convictions on their record, homeless residents, and other residents looking for a fresh start in life. And with 6 national centers located in New York, Massachusetts, New Mexico, North Carolina, Los Angeles, and, of course, our extraordinary San Francisco headquarters, they currently have over 18,000 successful graduates of its workforce development and training programs. But we're here to honor the restaurant. Delancey Street Restaurant and Crossroad Cafe are 2 of Delancey Street's 12 successful social enterprise ventures, and they've been providing delicious food with 1970s prices, and you should all check out this menu. It's unbelievable when you go in and you see the menu, for 4 decades. Mimi Silbert, Delancey Street President and CEO, likes to say that, quote, just like the immigrants who came through Ellis Island to Delancey Street on New York's Lower East Side at the turn of the century to start new lives, newcomers to Delancey Street Foundation are immigrants of all races, all ages, and all different types of backgrounds who come together in our community to find a second chance at life. And our office certainly believes in second chances and is a proud co-author of the Fair Chance Act along with Supervisor Cohen's office, which now requires all San Francisco employers to ban the box and not look at your criminal conviction record until they've at least interviewed you or made a conditional offer of employment. But Delancey Street has been doing this for decades already. Delancey Street Restaurant is one of the ways that the foundation earns its revenue and trains its residents in the fine art of hospitality, catering, and culinary arts, a very important industry here in San Francisco. You need only to read the Yelp and San Francisco menu pages to read the rave reviews of the complete package of its impeccable service. Now, I had mentioned its affordable menu. You almost have to take a second look. But now when you're paying $5 to $8 for coffee in most of the cafes and hamburgers averaging at $10 to $15 throughout the city, you can still get an excellent grilled blackened chicken sandwich with homemade aioli for $5.95. $5.95. Their ahi tuna sandwich with homemade wasabi aioli is $7.95. I could keep reading their menu, but really, it's one of the few affordable places that still is around in San Francisco, yet provides fine dining experience for our residents throughout San Francisco and, of course, the Bay Area. Sunny, who is a legislative aide in our office, wanted to make a plug that her and her family, San Francisco natives, had a tradition of celebrating her birthday with their family after a Giants game in the Southwest Room of the Delancey Street restaurant, at the Delancey Street Restaurant. And you also host our South Beach, Rincon Hill, Mission Bay Neighborhood Association, along with so many of other neighborhood groups. Crossroads Cafe is also right around the corner and boasts one of the few gated patches of green space in the neighborhood. And on most days, you'll see kids actually running through the yard while their parents brunch and catch up with friends. And the interior houses the popular cafe, active art gallery, and wonderful local bookstore. The real glue that has held, though, the legacy of the Delancey Street together for the last 4 decades is obviously the people. Now, the magic ingredient is clearly Mimi Silbert and her leadership. And I know she's part of that mix, and I'm so sad that she wasn't able to make it today. But it is absolutely the extraordinary group of motivated and compassionate visionaries that have allowed this to be such a successful place for our city. The residents and servers and the staff are amazing. And when you go and eat there, you can tell how much they love the work that they do and how much they love to serve you. There's always someone standing out in front of Delancey Street in uniform, smiling and welcoming guests to the restaurants. And recently, when a dear friend passed away, the catering staff was able to organize Kevin Weston's service and reception and to honor the spirit and work ethic of this incredible man. While reflecting on the success of this organization, I am reminded how important it is to support the spread of social enterprises like Delancey Street. Just like Mimi Silbert and her team had to fight back against prejudice and NIMBYism when they took over the old Russian consulate in one of the wealthiest zip codes in the city, we see similar projects continue to fight back to make sure that this remains to be a city for people of all income backgrounds and, of course, all other backgrounds. Every neighborhood should have a Delancey Street. And so thank you so much today for continuing the fight that you are doing today, but also offering so many people a wonderful second chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. We're just two residents here to represent a huge population of people, but we did want to just say here today that what's really amazing being residents that are there, working there, growing up there, we've literally become part of the neighborhood. And Ed and I have watched kids literally grow up in the restaurant, in the cafe, coming to story time, coming in with their families to the restaurant.
Still in high school now.
Now they're in junior high. But I think also to thank the neighborhood and the city of San Francisco for continuing to support us in our businesses and being open to knowing that we are learning and to watch our people grow and learn how to communicate and to serve and do a good job. These are all really important things to us. So, thank you very much.
So, I don't consider myself a chef, but people call me chef every day. I not only want to thank Mimi Silbert for teaching me how to cook, but for saving my life. As a three-strike candidate, I should be in prison for the rest of my life. But she told me that I was worth more and that I could do whatever I wanted if I just put my head into it. And so I just want to thank her.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Why don't we now go to District 5, Supervisor Breed.
Great, thank you. I want to invite up to the podium Netzanet and her sister Israel, the owners of Sheba Lounge in the Fillmore. Thank you all for coming here today. I just want to start by saying this is like, Sheba's Lounge is my home away from home. I always feel when I walk in there that I'm home. I can relax. The staff, they're so amazing. The sisters, they're amazing. They make I thought they were only treating me that way, and this is before I became a member of the Board of Supervisors, but I noticed that they treat every single customer that walks in the door the same. The folks who work in the area, they use Sheba Lounge as a hangout. They love the two sisters, Net and Israel. They are so welcoming. They're so warm. They've allowed their venue to be used to host fundraisers, to host events, to do things for the community. They're not just a restaurant in the Fillmore. They are a major part of our Fillmore family. They are major contributors to supporting the Fillmore, and they are what makes Fillmore exactly what it should be for the community. They also have artists who perform on a regular basis. When you go in there almost any day of the week, there'll be an artist, a local artist, performing, a band, rocking the place, someone playing piano, some incredible, talented artists from all over our great city. And they truly believe in supporting our local arts community, which is why this place is so special. Live entertainment, incredible food with spices directly imported from Ethiopia. You gotta stop by this place and try it. Everything is fresh, everything is wonderful. And I gotta tell you, Supervisor Kim, yes, Delancey Streets has 1970s prices, but Sheba's Lounge has 1985 prices. The prices are incredibly reasonable, and I love going there all the time, whether it's to host an event, whether it's to just relax and have a drink, whether it's to have Ned or Israel make me a incredible mojito whenever they have mint leaves. I mean, these women, not only can they cook, they can make some of the best drinks. Mixologists have nothing on them. And Israel once told me that the reason why the drinks taste so good, or was it you, Ned, is because they're cooks. They know ingredients. They know how to put food together. And because they're incredible cooks, they know how to make good drinks because they know how to mix ingredients. And so you get a twofer at a place like Sheba Lounge. I know I was supposed to say a whole bunch of things about the history, about the fact that you came here in 1976, you opened your first restaurant in Oakland, and then we lured you to the Fillmore in 2006. We truly appreciate everything that you've done to make the Fillmore what it's supposed to be. The Fillmore has had many challenges, as some of you know, the history with the challenges with the redevelopment agency, and we were lucky because not only did Rosella's come to our neighborhood, but Yoshi's and some incredible businesses that have continued to try to thrive. And unfortunately, Rosella's is not open. Yoshi's is changing owners and name, but Sheba Lounge has stood strong and proud in our district. And we're so grateful to have you here. And we want to thank you from the bottom of our heart for sticking in there with the Fillmore, for hanging in there, for being the home away from home, for not just me, but many of the people who work at 1300 on Fillmore, which is another great restaurant in our district, many of the staff who worked at Yoshi's or continue to visit and frequent the neighborhood. This place is an incredible, warm place, and I appreciate all that you've done, not only to make your place incredible, but to make your place an incredible, affordable place for the entire community. So on behalf of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, we commend you and we commend your continued commitment to the Fillmore neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Breed and the supervisors. I really thank you, Supervisor Breed. She's not only preaching that to give us this award, but she's also practicing by supporting her local businesses. She's there always bringing her family and her friends, and we're really want to keep our promise to stay there, providing free music, authentic Ethiopian food, and a gathering place for the community. Thank you.
From District 5 to District 4, Supervisor Teng.
Thank you. Today I'm thrilled to present an award to a well-loved restaurant that has been in existence for over 3 decades, John's Ocean Beach Cafe. And as we can all imagine in the restaurant industry, John and his son Tony are busy running the restaurant, so they couldn't make it here today. So I thought instead that we could show you some photos of their delicious food. So if SFGTV can go to the screen once it's up. John's Ocean Beach Cafe, located at 47th Avenue and Sloat, was started by John Batshon in 1979. And John was from Israel originally, where he was a tool and die maker creating tools in the manufacturing process. And after moving to San Francisco in the early 60s with his family, he couldn't find a job in his field because of language barriers and his immigration status. So what he did instead was he worked for his brother-in-law at a grocery store and later opened up his own store called John's Quality Market on Lawton Street in the Outer Sunset between 25th and 26th Avenues. John soon introduced a variety of creative and delicious homemade sandwiches at his market, and food was his passion as customers loved his sandwiches there. So then he started helping out as a cook at a French restaurant across the street, which I didn't realize we had a French restaurant in the Sunset. The owner was a friend, and he would call John when he needed help in the kitchen. All of these events led John to pursue his passion for great food and then to opening John's Ocean Beach Cafe, which you see here on the screen. All of the food is made from scratch, and much of the food is purchased from the Alemany Farmers Market. Generations of San Franciscans have eaten and continue to eat at this cafe. The most popular dishes are the Louisiana Scrambler, the Greek omelet and strawberry French toast, and my favorite are the hotcakes. I definitely recommend them. And when DPH goes to John's Ocean Beach Cafe, they score incredibly high. And in fact, many of the health department staff also often eat there as well. That's a good sign, right? Our office is so proud to have John, Tony, and John's Ocean Beach Cafe in the Outer Sunset. And I guess it's like the Academy Awards, I'm happy to accept this award on his behalf and the entire Betshon family. Our office has planned a staff breakfast at John's this week, actually, and so we're definitely looking forward to presenting this award with him over a delicious meal. And this year, we especially felt it was important to honor John's Ocean Beach Cafe, given that they will soon be taking a break due to a mixed-use development that's actually taking place on their block. And so while the future of the cafe is uncertain at the moment, we definitely hope that they continue to be part of our community. And we encourage everyone, of course, to drop by and enjoy their wonderful food if you can before the end of the year. So with that, John's Ocean Beach Cafe. Thank you.
Why don't we now go to Supervisor Farrell?
Thanks, President Chu. So, colleagues, we are very lucky in District 2. I know we all feel that way within our own districts. To have a ton of amazing restaurants, certainly along our commercial corridors. Today, it's a lot of fun for me to honor a number of individuals who are running and own one of the restaurants on the street that I grew up on Chestnut Street down in the Marina District. And here's the team from De La Rosa. So I want to welcome you guys up. I want to acknowledge Adriano Paganini, Ruggiero Gadaldi, the chef, and De La Rosa's manager, Parviz. Thank you all for being here very much. For those of you who haven't gone to De La Rosa, a few of you from my colleagues have already commented that they've been to the restaurant before down on Chestnut. It is on Chestnut Street in between Pierce and Steiner. It has become one of the mainstays of Chestnut Street over the last 5 years since they've been around. These proprietors also have a number of other restaurants here in San Francisco, from Super Duper, Starbelly, Beretta, all the other ones that you've run. This one to me has become a favorite, and what I think is amazing is that your restaurant appeals to people, across all age groups and at all times of the day. I've never seen a busier restaurant on Chestnut Street. Congratulations for all of your success. The last year, we have 3 children. 2 of them are of the age where they can actually go into your restaurant. And when we asked them where they wanted to go for their birthday dinners over the last year, both of them said they wanted to go down to De La Rosa. And as their favorite place to go with their grandparents, my parents still live down in the Marina District. And my wife and I, whenever we're out and happen to be out late at night, we always end up at your restaurant if we can find a seat. But you've been such an amazing institution. Everybody that I talk to just loves the experience of going there. Your food is amazing, so congratulations for all your culinary success as well. But I just really want to thank you for being such an amazing part of Chestnut Street as a commercial corridor, really becoming now part of the fabric of our neighborhood. And congratulations to all your success. On behalf of all of us on the Board of Supervisors, I want to commend you and want to recognize you for being honored as the restaurant within District 2 during Restaurant Appreciation Month. So congratulations.
Thank you very much to all of you for this recognition, especially to you, Mark. Thank you very much. Yes, we have De La Rosa and Super Duper right there next to each other. And yes, we are serving people for someone that has not been at De La Rosa from 11 a.m. all the way to 1 a.m. every day is open. So we're proud of that. So thank you for recognizing us. Thank you to my business partner, Ruggiero Gadaldi, which He's wearing the chef coat today, as he is at De La Rosa, and all the incredible team that we have there, represented by the general manager, Parvis, which is here today. Thank you so much for the hard work that he does every day, all the way to late at night until we close. So thank you so much. We're really honored for this award. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Farrell. Why don't we now go to District 1, Supervisor Marr.
Thank you, President Chu. I'd like to ask if Sean Barnett could come up. He's the manager of Vela Rouge Cafe on Arguella Boulevard, right near Golden Gate Park in the Richmond District. I wanted to also acknowledge that the owner, Mac McFeeney, couldn't be here. He's a new daddy, and I'm hoping that he's going to be bringing his little one to Vela Rouge very soon. So Vela Rouge Cafe is an amazing place. You might see it off Arguella with a big red bike, kind of hiked way up high, kind of right in the front. Also, there's a very beautiful south-facing cafe area where you could sit outside and enjoy the sun as well. Vela Rouge Cafe, my office often looks hard at the various small businesses that are in our neighborhoods, but Vela Rouge has a number of reasons why they were chosen by many people from our neighborhood who advised us as well. Not only great food and Blue Bottle coffee, but they're a real community builder as a business, and I know Sean contributes to that really as an advocate of live music, the after parties for the Hardly Strictly Brewglass Festival, to promoting local artists. I really wanted to thank Sean for his efforts to do that as well. So building community, but also a strong partner for a safer and more sustainable street along Arguello and other arterials, but they've been real champions in supporting safer streets around the area. So Sean Barnett is the manager at Vela Rouge. For 8 years, Vela Rouge has been located at this intersection in the inner Richmond, very close to Golden Gate Park, but along a bike route that can take you from Golden Gate Park all the way up to the Presidio. We did Sunday Streets there a few months ago, and it's a really great neighborhood area that people should come to. And it's been a meeting place for many of the Bicycle Coalition and Walk SF and many of the advocates. We often will gather there for the Bike to Work days, or it's coming up for the Halloween bike ride to work as well. But I know lots of stuff goes on. Before the current ownership started 8 years ago, Megan Lynch, the former owner, was a champion for small businesses in supporting not just her own business, Vela Rouge Cafe, which she really believed in as a bicyclist, but also supporting other small cafes and coffee shops. So there's a whole tradition of ownership and promoting the community. Vela Rouge is a bike-friendly place. You could tell by the various icons on the wall, but also the culture that they create. Many students from USF to people all over the neighborhood stop there. It's a gathering place. There's also lots of games, and they really encourage interaction among people as you eat there. I'll just say that the dinners now are wonderful with pizzas, but my favorite is the breakfast burrito along with my coffee in the morning, especially on sunny mornings sitting outside as well. Also, if you're a Bicycle Coalition member, you get a discount, of course, at Vela Rouge Cafe. And the live music on Fridays and Saturdays are really incredible. People should support them. The food is very affordable, but really, really good. They also really care about the community, and working with the other merchants around the area are really advocating for a safer inner Richmond district as well. As my office works on Vision Zero as a corridor, Arguella Boulevard, businesses like Vela Rouge Cafe and others are really champions of supporting a safer Richmond district and safer streets. I also wanted to just add that the website and the Facebook page for Vela Rouge Cafe gives a lot of the lists of all the music that's coming up, but also the great food and drinks that you can get there as well. So Please give a hand for Sean Barnett and Bella Rouge Cafe, and if you'd like to say a few words too.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I guess this just means a lot. It's really, really nice in a industry that isn't always that glamorous. It's pretty sweet to be invited here. And yeah, we just show up and work really hard and have a good time and make sure we can do both of those things at the same time. And when people recognize us, it's really nice. And one last thing, vamos gigantes.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. We have two more presentations today. I will make the next one. And I first just want to thank all of our colleagues for recognizing the amazing restaurants in our city. This is definitely making me hungry, and I look forward to taking a tour of all of these restaurants around San Francisco. But today I want to welcome the folks who are running an amazing gem in my district, which is the Cafe Farm Table on Post Street between Leavenworth and Hyde. As a blog wrote when it opened a few years ago in 2009, this is an incredible and an extremely cute, intimate spot, which any neighborhood must have to give it a sense of permanence and coziness. Last year, the new owners, Tom Benson and Wendy Roos, took over, and they've maintained the delicious, fresh food and coffee, as well as the sense of community and inclusiveness.
Appreciate it.
Farm Table gets most of its ingredients from the Civic Center Farmers Market and sources its coffee and baked good from around the Bay Area. To encourage good old-fashioned human interaction, they don't have Wi-Fi. If you sit at the one communal table inside, you'll likely strike up a conversation. I also want to mention the parklet that is right outside their front door. It's a great neighborhood gathering space. Wendy's actually planted more greenery into the parklet, making it a beautiful green space in an area that has very little. It's really one of the best parklets in our city. And today I am pleased to welcome Tom Benson as well as his daughter, Shelley, to accept this honor. Shelley recently moved here after graduating from college, where she studies agricultural industries and marketing, which I think is a perfect fit for the work that you do with your parents. So with that, Tom and Shelley.
Thank you. It's nice to be down here. When we started up the business a year and a half ago, we spent a lot of time in City Hall chasing down the permits and all those kinds of things. So it's nice to be recognized for our efforts of getting the business up and running and operating. I'll be down here at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning at the farmers market. I take my little red granny cart there every Wednesday morning and spend from about 7 to 8:30 picking up probably 80% of all the eggs and produce that we use in a week's period of time at the shop. Otherwise, we source the rest of the stuff from local artisan businesses, and we're trying to expand that to bring their products into our little shop so that we can all work together. Our name, Farm Table, there's just a colon between farm and table because we try to be as close as we can to those farms as we are to our table, and so almost everything we buy direct. Thank you.
We have one final presentation today from our mayor's office, represented by Joaquin Torres.
Oh, we do?
Thank you, President Chu and members of the Board of Supervisors. It's a great privilege today to be here to recognize what truly is an anchor in the District 5 community of the Fillmore. And I know that both Minetta White and her husband, David Lawrence, are very much appreciated in District 10 as well, especially this Sunday, where David will be cooking to help support Community Youth Center in the Bayview, together with Supervisor Malia Cohen. She's not being recognized today only for the incredible food that she and her husband put on the tables for so many guests who visit the Fillmore, but also for the incredible community activism that she's involved in, especially currently right now in terms of your leadership, Minetta, with the Lower Fillmore Merchants Association, and making sure that the Fillmore is as successful and strong as ever. And I know that Mayor Lee and Invest in Neighborhoods truly appreciate all of the leadership that you've been providing for this community and for the businesses. One of the first things that we actually had a chance to work on together in her new role was making sure that an adjoining business across the street no longer had its entryway blocked because of a bus stop that was inconveniently placed there. So we're so happy to finally have that out of the way and to get people in and out of businesses, because that's something that you care so much about. So both for you, Minetta, and to your husband, David, we thank you so much for, I believe, the 7 years of incredible food and service and community that you build, not only inside of 1300 on Fillmore, but throughout and up and down the corridor. So thank you. And if you will please take a few moments to say a few words.
Thank you. I would like to thank the Mayor Lee for this recognition during Restaurant Appreciation Month. The timing, of course, is perfect. We're celebrating our 7 years in business this Saturday. We know it takes time for a neighborhood to go through its transition. As Supervisor Breed said earlier, we've been struggling through some changes, but it's been all positive, and we've seen a lot grow. Progress is happening. As one of the pioneer businesses on the street, we take pride in building our community and giving back, and we take extremely interest in the economic sector on our corridor. 1300 is more than a restaurant. It's a place of community. It's where people connect. And of course, yes, the chef is not here today. He's actually getting prepared for the restaurant to open, and we do serve good food. But we plan on continuing our efforts in the Fillmore with the leadership of Supervisor Breed, who is continuously on me to make sure that this Merchants Association gets going and to take part as one of her soldiers, I can say, in District 5 in helping our neighborhood grow. Again, thank you for this recognition. It's always nice to be honored in this way, especially when we're doing what we love. We love the business of 1300. We love our community. And also, without saying, we love this city. So thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. I again want to thank all of the amazing restaurants that were represented here today. That does conclude this year's presentation of Restaurant Appreciation Month. And for the next year, everyone, happy eating. And with that, Madam Clerk, why don't we now go to the next items on our agenda? If you could call item 12.
Item 12. Item 12 is an ordinance to amend the Park Code to approve amendments and lease extension with Glen Eagles Golf Partners to authorize flexible pricing at Glen Eagles Golf Course to commence on the effective date of the ordinance and ending November 30th, 2022 for a 7% of the gross revenues.
Roll call vote.
On item 12, Supervisor Chu.
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener. Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The ordinance is passed in the first reading. Next item.
Item 13 is a resolution to adopt the Mental Health Services Act Integration Plan for 2014 through 2017.
Same House, same call. This resolution is adopted. Item 14.
Item 14, resolution to approve the grant agreements and modifications between the City and the Institute on Aging during the period of July 1st, 2010 to June 30th, 2019 for a total not to exceed amount of $39 million.
Same House, same call. The resolution is adopted. Next item.
Item 15, resolution to approve the annual performance contract renewal for the California Department of Health Care Services and Mental Health Services for the period of July 1st, 2014 through June 30th, 2015.
Same House, same call. This resolution is adopted. Next item.
Item 16, resolution approving and authorizing a lease disposition and development agreement and a 55-year lease and access license to the Friends of the Geneva Office Building and Powerhouse for the rehabilitation and use of the building and powerhouse for Cameron Beach Rail Yard.
Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to thank Supervisor Farrell for co-sponsoring this legislation and for his actual reaching out to folks on the Geneva Office Building Board. That partnership that is starting will be very helpful, as will this lease disposition and development agreement will be for enabling the fundraisers to actually have documents to show that we're making progress on the permitting for this site. So excited to have your support, colleagues. Thank you.
Colleagues, can we do this? Same House, same call. Without objection, this resolution is adopted. Next item.
Item 17 is a resolution to approve the 2014 grant application for the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development Continuum of Care Program in an amount not to exceed $27 million, and fulfilling the Board of Supervisors review and approval process for all annual or otherwise reoccurring grants of $5 million or more.
Same House, same call. This resolution is adopted. Next item.
Item 18, motion to respond to the civil grand jury request to provide a status update on the Board of Supervisors' response to recommendation number 13 contained in the 2011 through 12 civil grand jury report entitled Deja Vu All Over Again, San Francisco City's Technology Needs a Culture Shock.
Colleagues, same House, same call. Without objection, this motion is approved. Next item.
Item 19, ordinance to amend the Public Works Code to require the installation of city-owned communication infrastructure in excavation projects where the city has determined that it is both financially feasible and consistent with the city's long-term goals to develop the communications infrastructure.
Thank you. President Chu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I want to appreciate your consideration of our Dig Once ordinance, and I want to thank Supervisors Wiener and Cohen for their co-sponsorship. I propose this Dig Once ordinance to help us build out our city's fiber optic network, which is the backbone of internet connectivity, while saving money and limiting construction impacts on our residents, neighborhoods, and traffic. This ordinance establishes the policy that if we're going to dig up any of our streets for any reason, let's just dig once. Requiring fiber conduit to be installed when streets are already opened up will save our city millions of dollars that would otherwise be spent digging up streets multiple times. The city will pay for incremental costs, including materials and labor required to install additional fiber conduit. Engineering estimates find that we can save between 25 and 75% on these installations with this policy. And of course, these disruptions are something that our growing city has become too familiar with, and they will be limited by Dig Once. In recent years, while we've already installed 140 miles of fiber to serve the connectivity needs of our government, Dig Once will expand our fiber network and help close the digital divide for many residents of low-income communities who are still offline. It's estimated that it's close to 20% of residents in our city. We need to do better. Broadband internet service is no longer an optional luxury. It's a necessity for full participation in our economy and our educational system. In the 21st century, cities need access to affordable, high-speed broadband to compete, just as access to water, roads, and electricity were crucial in the 20th century. San Francisco has lagged other cities around the world. And while our city's network is now providing free Wi-Fi on Market Street, at our airport, in public housing, and in some of our parks, we can do better. We can also work with the private sector more. Several years ago, I began to ask if we could lease our unused fiber capacity, otherwise known as dark fiber, and our Department of Technology now does that in a limited way, bringing almost $300,000 a year. We should do more of this and bring in potentially millions of dollars to the city to reinvest the revenues into our fiber network. With that, again, colleagues, I ask for your support and hope we can move this forward.
Thank you. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank President Chu for his leadership on this incredibly important piece of legislation. And I will repeat something I said in committee. This actually should not take legislation. Ideally, our city departments, our executive branch, our Department of Technology, DPW, and so forth would simply make this happen. The fact is, for years and years and years, we've been periodically digging up streets, and it's been accelerating recently in terms of sewer work and water work and gas line work and road resurfacing, and it should just be standard practice without any legislation to put the conduit in so that we can lay fiber and expand our municipal fiber network. And it's been disappointing to me when, for example, the street that I live on was, I think, in a state of being torn up for about 15 months, and they could have easily laid fiber there, and now it's all covered up. But better late than never. And so since it hasn't been happening, we're now requiring that it always be considered. And so this is a very important step forward, and it's exciting that for the work going forward, we're going to see more conduit laid and an expansion of our municipal fiber network. I will say, though, that we need to be diligent in making sure this actually happens. The Department of Technology, this is a new thing for the department in terms of having to navigate the shoals of all of the different departments and utilities that are involved in these road projects. And as we've learned in terms of pedestrian projects and other street design projects, it is sometimes like navigating an obstacle course because every department or someone within the department has a reason to say no, it's not feasible, it's not doable, it's too expensive, it's too difficult. And we need to really make sure that our departments have a can-do attitude about getting this conduit laid. It is not rocket science. It just needs to happen, and we need to have our departments have an attitude that it can and will happen. And we need to support the Department of Technology when other departments or utilities just say no and obstruct the ability to actually get this done. In committee, I offered an amendment that was adopted to require periodic reporting by the Department of Technology of all of the blocks, looking at the number of blocks that had this kind of work done in terms of the street being dug up, how many opportunities there were to lay conduit, and how many times conduit was actually laid, so that we can actually see, is this happening in a high percentage of street projects or is it a low percentage? And I'll tell you, if it is a low percentage, I would be very open in the future to responding to that by turning this into some sort of mandate. I hope we don't have to go in that direction. I hope that our departments and our utilities all work together to actually get this done so that we don't have to create a mandate that conduit must be laid. Because I think we do have the power to do that. We're not doing that in this legislation. We're simply always requiring that it be considered. And I hope that everyone will play nice and really have a unified approach to getting this done. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Colleagues, can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, this ordinance is passed on the first read. Next item, item 20.
Item 20 is an ordinance to amend the planning code to permit arcades in the Haight Street Neighborhood Commercial District, affirming the planning department's determination under the California Environmental Quality Act and making the requisite findings.
Colleagues, same house, same call. This ordinance is passed in the first reading. Next speaker.
Item 21, ordinance to amend the Health Code, Article 38, and the corresponding building code sections to require an enhanced ventilation system for sensitive use projects within the air pollutant exposure zone and to establish document review fees, making environmental findings and findings under the California Health and Safety Code.
Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, thanks for hearing this item today. This ordinance is a result of months of work with the Department of Public Health and the Planning Department to strengthen the ventilation requirements for new housing to ensure it is protective. It's protecting public health. certain parts and areas in San Francisco, particularly in the southeastern neighborhoods, suffer disproportionately from environmental impacts such as truck traffic, freeway traffic, as well as industrial activities. This is also the area of the city that is experiencing a significant amount of growth in housing construction. And as a city, we are also aggressively developing formally industrial properties and brownfield sites with housing and commercial space as well as parks. We know that exposure to particulate matter such as diesel emissions can lead to chronic health problems and that people living near freeways and other emitters are most vulnerable to this. The ordinance before you today updates our city's landmark Article 38 of the Health Code to require developers that are retrofitting a large portion of a home to or a building, a new house in a designated air quality hot zone to install enhanced ventilation systems to ensure that residents receive clean air in their units. This ordinance will also streamline the CEQA and permitting processes for project sponsors by clearly identifying all of the areas of the city where we know these enhanced measures are needed and would be imposed as CEQA mitigation measures. This legislation has been a part of an overall strategy to help keep residents of the city, and particularly those who suffer disproportionately from a wide range of environmental issues because of where they live. I want to thank the department staff, particularly Karen Cohn from the Department of Public Health, Wade W. from the Planning Department for their work on this very important issue. My apologies, Wade, I just can't pronounce your last name. I also like to thank Supervisor Kim for signing on in the Land Use Committee as a co-sponsor, as she also has a large portion of her district that falls within the air quality hot spot zones. So, colleagues, I do ask for your support on this important legislation. Thank you.
Supervisor Kim.
And I want to thank Supervisor Cohen for bringing this before the board. Air quality becomes an increasing concern amongst our district residents and was really highlighted at Monday's Land Use Committee when we saw the air quality hotspot region, and it seemed to encompass all of District 6. But it's something that we've been hearing more and more about, particularly as we grow in density in our district and employment, and our economy is back up. We have many more people and cars, particularly in our neighborhoods as they circle around the 80, 101, and 280 freeway to get in and out of the city. And I know that more and more of our residents are asking what we as a city are doing about the quality of air, both for them, but also for many of our families that are raising their children in these neighborhoods. So I'm really glad that we are going to be putting into place an air filter system for all of our new construction. And I really look forward to working with the Department of Public Health to ensure that we can provide some options for existing construction in these neighborhoods, particularly for buildings that can do that quickly, and then look at what options there are for buildings that may not be able to afford to. But I'm glad that we are moving at least this forward today.
Colleagues, can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, this ordinance is passed in the first reading. Next item.
Item 22 is an ordinance to amend the Health Code to authorize the use of an additional 30-day involuntary psychiatric hold as permitted under the California Welfare and Institutions Code.
I do understand there might be a couple of amendments to this. Is there a representative from the San Francisco DA's office here?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Katie Miller from the San Francisco DA's office. I'm our Chief of Alternative Programs. We actually don't have any amendments that we'd like to put forward. We do support the legislation at this time. The one concern that we had raised was that we have the resources we need to staff these proceedings once they go forward. We want to be a part of them, and we want to be able to staff them right. And so we've started a discussion with our city partners in the mayor's office to that end. But we have no amendments at this time. No requests.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I also know there might be a technical amendment by our city attorney.
Yes, Deputy City Attorney John Givner. I've distributed a set of amendments that basically just make a numbering change effectively to line this ordinance up with the Laura's Law ordinance that passed earlier this year.
So with that, colleagues, could someone make a motion to amend as our city attorneys just described? Motion by Supervisor Farrell, seconded by Supervisor Marr. Without objection, that amendment will be made. And on the underlying motion, can we take this item, same house, same call, as amended? Without objection, this ordinance is passed in the first reading as amended. Item 23.
Item 23 is a resolution to adopt the San Francisco Hazard Mitigation Plan of 2014.
Colleagues, same house, same call. This resolution is adopted. Item 24.
Item 24 is a motion to appoint Pixie Rishi Chopra, residency requirement waived, and Fiona Hines to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for terms ending April 27, 2015.
Same house, same call. This motion is approved. Item 25.
Item 25 is a motion to appoint Joseph Calderon, Dominique Rosa Leslie, Ernest Kirkwood, and Kimberly Courtney to the Reentry Council, terms ending June 1st, 2016.
Same house, same call. This motion is approved. Next item.
Item 26 is a motion appointing John Bogaki and Rob Gittin to the Citizens Advisory Committee for the Central Market Street and Tenderloin area, term ending August 2nd, 2017.
Same house, same call. This motion is approved. And let's go to item 27.
Item 27 was considered by the Rules Committee at a regular meeting on Thursday, October 16th, and the committee sent the item to the board as a committee report. It's a motion to confirm the mayor's appointment of Anson Moran to the Public Utilities Commission, term ending August 1st, 2018.
Supervisor Yee.
Thank you, President Chu. I wanted to express my full support of Andy Moran's reappointment to the Public Utilities Commission. Andy brings decades of experience on wastewater, and power issues. We are thankful that he wants to continue his services to help continue San Francisco's legacy of environmental stewardship, energy efficiency, and reliability. I mean, he's a really remarkable person that has so much knowledge. We're just really fortunate to have him there. I am confident in Andy's leadership and his ability to work with different parties. I am also hopeful that he will help us move the Clean Power San Francisco program forward to the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Colleagues, can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, this motion is approved. Why don't we now go to roll call?
First, to introduce, roll call for introductions, Supervisor Farrell. Okay. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. First, I am making a hearing request from presentations from Caltrain, California High-Speed Rail, and the Transbay Joint Powers Authority on the issue of platform compatibility and its impact on the Transbay Terminal and downtown extension of the Caltrain from 4th and King to the new downtown station that we are currently building. Presentation from the Caltrain should include status on the RFP for vehicle procurement. Several weeks ago, I called for a hearing at the Transbay Joint Powers Authority on the issue of train platform compatibility between Caltrain and California High-Speed Rail. While this sounds like a very technical issue that is difficult to understand, this issue is important to the City of San Francisco and the Transbay Terminal project because when we have various agencies looking at the types of trains that they're going to purchase, but are planning on purchasing different types of trains that will require different boarding platforms, it does mean that there may be a challenge in getting high-speed rail to come all the way to San Francisco into the future. Basically, this is an issue of platform compatibility, and one that I've been currently learning about, that there are trains that some board at 25-inch and some at 50-inch. Caltrain and High-Speed Rail are currently planning to go out for RFP on two completely different types of trains, which mean that they will not be compatible to finally enter into the Transbay Terminal. This is a long-term regional discussion, and San Francisco needs to take a strong position before any vehicle procurement occurs to ensure that both high-speed rail and Caltrain will be able to come into the heart of downtown. And I look forward to holding this hearing at the Land Use Committee and for the support of our city and, of course, our Board of Supervisors. Second, and quite sadly, I'm submitting an in memoriam for Cecilia Lamb. On October 9th, a young Asian American woman in the South of Market, a block and away from my house, was in her home when her abuser and former partner broke down the door, shot her, and then turned the gun fatally on himself. On October 15th, Cecilia Lamb passed away as a result of her wounds. Cecilia was a 15-year resident of San Francisco and an Asian American Studies at San Francisco State University. She dreamed about continuing her social justice education at Berkeley and eventually becoming a civil rights attorney. She was a compassionate and courageous advocate who held the values of equality and anti-violence close to her heart and translated her values into action by joining the movement for gay rights, marriage equality, and volunteering at local women's shelters in the city and advocating for increased prevention and awareness around domestic violence. Her family and friends describe her as an angel on earth with the biggest heart you could ever imagine. She was the type of person who would defend the defenseless, fight injustice head-on, and always gave generously to people less fortunate than herself. Her final wish was to be an organ donor, and even in death, she wanted to give all that she could to others in need. It is a tragedy that we lost this young woman to domestic violence. To Cecilia's family and friends, and on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, I want to extend our deepest sympathy. We share your sadness and pain as we mourn the loss of someone who is cherished by many. But we will not forget her and in the manner in which she lost her life. But today we celebrate her accomplishments, her dreams, and the way she touched the lives of memory, and we want to honor you. Cecilia's family has started a memorial fund on GoFundMe.com/CECI, her nickname CC, DV, to help the family cover the cost of her memorial service. Any unused funds will go towards domestic violence awareness efforts. And given this recent homicide in our district, we know that the loss of any life to this kind of violence is too many. And after a much touted, unprecedented 44 months without a single domestic violence-related death reported by law enforcement, we have had 4 domestic violence homicides reported in San Francisco in 2014. 4 lives have been taken due to this violence. 4 families, 4 communities have had their hearts and lives ripped apart. And in light of this month marking Domestic Violence Month, we need to understand why and whether there is more that we can do to prevent any more of this type of violence. We know that our city has been a model for how to handle these types of cases for years because of the tireless effort of this community and its advocates, many of whose leaders are actually here today, including Dr. Marase from the Department of Women's Status, Beverly Upton of the Domestic Violence Consortium, and members of the Justice and Courage Oversight Panel. But the advocates and experts have been asking us to do more. And one of the steps that they have been pushing for, along with the city in the past, is to conduct an in-depth review of domestic violence-related fatalities with a multidisciplinary team with the sole purpose of preventing future incidents of these types of injuries and deaths, not finding someone to blame. The community has been working to revive this expert panel, and after speaking with members of the community, Chief Sir, and Cecilia's family, today I'm introducing a resolution to urge the city and county to fully support the reconvening of the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Team and to conduct an in-depth 360-degree analysis of these related fatalities for exactly that purpose, to prevent any more of this type of loss. And I want to recognize my co-sponsors, Supervisor Katie Tang, London Breed, and Malia Cohen.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Marr.
Thank you. I have a couple of items today. The first is an ordinance I'm introducing to reduce the number of cigarette and tobacco permits in the city. And I wanted to acknowledge the amazing youth organizing, advocacy, and leadership of the Youth Leadership Institute and Vietnamese Youth Development Center, and many of the young people that I've worked with for several years to develop this legislation. So this legislation will help us alleviate the problem of having an overconcentration of tobacco outlets in our low-income areas, especially communities of color and communities with a large number of young people. Some of our eastern districts have a disproportionate concentration of tobacco permits compared to other neighborhoods. For example, in District 6, Supervisor Kim's district, which includes the Tenderloin and South of Market neighborhoods, there's approximately 270 tobacco permits compared to only 37 permits in the Inner Sunset District, for example. I wanted to thank Supervisor Jane Kim and Scott Wiener for co-authoring this, and we're hoping that other colleagues will join us as well. For over 2 years now, the Tobacco Use Reduction Force campaign of the Youth Leadership Institute and other grassroots organizations have done great research, door-to-door, door-knocking, and advocacy. I wanted to acknowledge not only our former Youth Commissioner, Luisa Sicaros, from the South of Market area, but also Amanda Trescott from the Sunset, Malaysia Sanders, who some of you may have seen kind of advocating on different issues from the Bayview Hunters Point area. Many of them kind of were from various high schools, but also City College and San Francisco State as they were advocating and organizing for this piece of legislation. I wanted to also say that this ordinance specifically would amend the health code to include a cap on the number of allowable tobacco permits in each of the city's 11 supervisorial districts. While no existing permit will be taken away, a new permit would only be allowed if the district after the number of permits in that district has over time reached a cap of 45 permits. In addition, new permits have to be located at least 500 feet away from a school and 500 feet away from an existing tobacco retailer. So it's preventing easy access to young people. It's also preventing the clustering that many people have been seeing of other types of businesses as well. In order to support business owners interested in selling their businesses or who have been in business owners for over 7 years, there will be a one-time exemption, and it's been written into this ordinance to allow a new business to come into that same location and sell tobacco. I'd also like to thank the Arab American Grocers Association and other mom-and-pop small business leaders, but Arab American Grocers are a consortium of over 400 small business owners in San Francisco for their ongoing input, which has resulted in a much better piece of legislation than when we started several years ago. And I look forward to support from other colleagues as well. Also, please join me this coming Friday. I know Supervisor Chu has worked on Food Day over the past few years with the Center for Science in the Public Interest. But this coming Friday, we're recognizing again a national celebration of and a movement towards more healthy and affordable and sustainable food. It's a challenge to the existing food system, which is unsustainable in many of the nonprofit and community-based groups' opinion. Created by the Center for Science in the Public Interest and driven by a diverse coalition of food movement leaders, Food Day inspires Americans to change their diets and food policies. Every October 24th, thousands of events all over the country bring Americans together to celebrate and enjoy real food and to push for improved food policies. Last year, the third annual celebration featured about 5,000 events in all of the 50 states. This coming Friday and Thursday, I'll give you some sampling of the San Francisco events. The Bay Area Dietetic Association is hosting a Food Day film night on Thursday night, this coming Thursday from 6:30 to 9 at the Red Poppy Art House located on 2698 Folsom Street. It's a short film called Hunger for Justice, a spotlight on the South, and a feature film, What's Organic About Organic? And there'll be a post-screening group discussion and light snacks. At the Children's Council in San Francisco, they'll have a crunchy or a healthy apple team that will lead a taste testing of real food so that they could see if people can tell what's super processed versus what's real. And they'll also encourage people to learn how healthy eating can lower your health costs and supporting sustainable and organic farms and how that contributes to the health of our community. The event takes place on Friday from 12 to 2 at the Children's Council in San Francisco off Church Street. Also, a number of restaurants and grocery stores are really celebrating Food Day, from restaurants like Mixed Greens to Radius to The Plant to Witchcraft, Epic Roadhouse, and Water Bar, and many others. And these are all establishments that are important for me to mention because they've been certified by the U.S. Healthful Food Council, or the U.S. HFC, for serving healthy and sustainable food. And Food Day is also an opportunity to think of food systems more broadly and to think about what we put in our bodies as well every day. Food Day is a chance to celebrate what our food system does right and to take action to address the pressing food issues that we face. For example, poor diets cause widespread obesity, diabetes, and other diet-related diseases. Millions of Americans struggle with food insecurity and hunger every day. In fact, about 1 in 4 San Franciscans are at risk of food insecurity, according to our budget analysts. Also, vital food safety and anti-hunger programs are constantly under attack in Washington. from SNAP programs to other programs. And many food and farm workers, food system workers and farm workers still labor in unfair and unsafe conditions, and animal welfare is often ignored. A recent study from UCSF has, over the past few days, found a new link between sugar-sweetened soda consumption and cell aging. I think the researchers, Dr. Leung and Appel from UCSF, has shown that if you drink a 20-ounce Coke every day, it'll limit your life by about 4.6 years. And they scientifically have looked at a sample of people over a many-year period, but I'm hoping that that study gets us to think about not only what we eat, but also what we're drinking and putting into our bodies, and how it advances the aging process to take 4.6 years off your life, for example. For more information on Food Day, you could just go to www.foodday.org. I wanted to just give a shout out to one of my favorite authors, Anna LaPaye, the daughter of Francis Moore LaPaye, the founder with Joseph Collins of Food First in the East Bay. Anna Moore LaPaye's book, Diet for a Hot Planet, is one of the books that I'm consuming right now as I think about Food Day. She gives a very easy example of 7 principles for a climate-friendly diet. So when I think of eating that hamburger, and I do have those urges, I think in my mind it's almost like driving a Hummer. And I think Anna Moore LaPaye kind of talks about how climate change is driven a lot by what we put on the end of our forks, or what we drink in our bodies as well. So she calls it fork power, and we need to have new ways of eating, from going to the farmers markets and community building aspects of it, to even thinking about the climate crisis beginning at the end of our forks. And that in her book and her suggestions, she gives a lot of great suggestions of what individuals can do, but also what we can do on a systems change approach as well. Lastly, Halloween is not this week, but next week. But in the Richmond district, there's a bunch of different scary and spooky activities that you and your families can take advantage of. The YMCA on Friday the Richmond YMCA has our Halloween celebration from 5:30 to 8:30. Also, the Supernatural Halloween Party at the Academy of Sciences in Golden Gate Park in District 1 is happening from 5 to 9 on Friday. This coming Sunday, join us at the Clement Street Community Farmers Market for the Kids Costume Parade at 11 a.m. Support the merchants, but there'll be a sing-along and a costume parade where we'll all convene at Toy Boat Cafe for free scoops of ice cream, and it's sponsored by the Clement Street Merchants Association. And lastly, on Sunday, the many haunts of the Richmond District Neighborhood Center, our neighborhood center in the Richmond on 30th Avenue at Balboa, is having a haunted house and a neighborhood tradition, and families and children can come join the fun. There's a costume contest at 2:30 as well. The rest I'll submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, I'm introducing several items today. First of all, several Mills Act contracts, and I always like to mention these because I think it's a really important thing. For many years, San Francisco's Mills Act program, and a Mills Act, of course, is a state law that allows local governments to enter into contract with owners of historic properties to provide a property tax rebate in exchange for the property owner agreeing to a maintenance plan to restore and maintain the historic integrity of the building. So to basically say we're not just going to dictate that if you own a historic home, you have to keep it in shape. We're going to actually partner with you to give you incentives to do that. The Mills Act for a long time was not fully implemented in San Francisco. Almost no small home owners participated in the program because it was too expensive, lengthy, difficult, and unpredictable. A few years ago, I authored legislation, which colleagues we passed unanimously, to make it much simpler and straightforward to engage in the Mills Act process for small homeowners. And since then, we've seen a number of contracts move forward. I am today introducing several contracts from my district, from the newly formed north of DuBose Park Historic District. And so it's always exciting to see these contracts move forward. In addition, today I'm introducing a resolution to put us on record in favor of moving firmly towards open source voting in San Francisco. Free and fair elections are a cornerstone of our democracy. We need to continue to push for more transparency, more security, and more accurate election results. So this resolution will move us toward the creation of free, open-source voting systems for elections in San Francisco. Open-source voting means that the technology used to administer elections is publicly available, allowing for greater accountability and transparency. Our current system, private vendors holding proprietary software that is unavailable for public review, limits public accountability and oversight. The goal is to have certified and freely shareable voting technology, which will enhance the quality, security, and availability of voting systems. Will increase security, and shareable code can be viewed publicly. If there are flaws in the system, people can view them, and people can flag them and make sure that they get fixed. And having a shareable code will reduce costs. Other than an initial investment to create the code, the only ongoing expense for counties will be hardware. And counties can use off-the-shelf computers, tablets, and printers. They'll no longer have to rely on expensive, proprietary private licensing contracts with vendors. Currently, California spends more than $100 million a year to run elections, a rate of $10 per ballot cast. The state has begun to pave the way for us to move towards open source. Last year, State Senator Alex Padilla introduced and passed through the legislature Senate Bill 360, which provides the regulatory relief necessary for open voting systems. In the wake of this legislation, an organization was formed called the California Association of Voting Officials, or CAVO. This organization was formed to push for shareable open source voting systems. CAVO has the support of 16 other California counties, as well as organizations like the Equal Justice Society and the National Organization of Women. The resolution I'm introducing today will request that San Francisco become a member of CAVO and join efforts to make open source voting a reality. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Supervisor Weiner. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. A couple items for introduction. The first one is related to our efforts around climate change, which is actually one of the most serious issues that faces the world, if not the most serious issue that faces the world this century. Today, I'm introducing an ordinance that would require gas stations to post information labels on gas pumps to inform drivers about the greenhouse gas emissions caused by burning gasoline. This is an initiative created by 350 Bay Area. They are calling it Beyond the Pump. The Berkeley City Council is also considering requiring these labels. While we continue to work on collective solutions to climate change, like promoting transit and Clean Power SF, we can also encourage people to take individual action. Putting information labels on gas nozzles would remind each of us that we contribute to climate change by putting that responsibility literally right in the palm of our hands. San Francisco has established aggressive greenhouse gas emission limits. The Department of the Environment has conducted an inventory of emissions in the city and designed a climate action strategy that gives us a roadmap to meeting our emission reduction mandates. The 2010 inventory of greenhouse gas emissions found that cars and trucks emitted 2.1 million metric tons of carbon dioxide, which accounted for 40% of all of San Francisco's emissions. In order to meet our greenhouse gas emission reduction mandates, the Climate Action Strategy says we need to reduce emissions from cars and trucks by 38%. The information label, in draft form, because we still need to refine the language, would state, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, has determined that a typical passenger vehicle burning 1 gallon of fuel produces an average of almost 20 pounds of tailpipe carbon dioxide, which the EPA has determined is the primary greenhouse gas that is contributing to recent climate change. This is a message from the City and County of San Francisco. To learn about San Francisco's efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, go to www.sfclimate.org. As you can see, that is a very long message, so we have a lot of work to do to reduce that down. But the content of this message has the language that would be sound to provide to make it legally viable. This is a pretty startling fact, though, about what 1 gallon of greenhouse gas produces. That 1 gallon of gas produces 20 pounds of carbon dioxide. A single pound of carbon dioxide would fill a 2.5-foot diameter balloon. But if we want to make it into more San Francisco terms, we could say that a single pound of carbon dioxide would fill a 2.5-foot diameter yoga ball. Imagine your car emitting 20 yoga balls of carbon dioxide for every gallon of gas. 20 yoga balls. That's a lot of yoga balls, and that's a big volume of gas that's being put out by 1 gallon of gas. Imagine all the gallons of gas that are burned in San Francisco, and you can see our sky filled with yoga balls. Filling your car with 10 gallons of gas equals 300 yoga balls of carbon dioxide. The label would be attached to either the hose or the pump or on top of the pump. Or there could be a combination of a label on the hose itself that you would see in the palm of your hand to more information that would be on the pump itself. But these are the things that we're going to be working out before we get this into committee. As we go through the legislative process, we will look at making sure that the public and merchants will be informed of this process as we go forward. We have closely worked with the city attorney to make sure this message is legally defensible, it is clearly factual, and is definitely non-controversial. Climate change is real, and CO2 is a contributing factor for climate change. My next item that I'll be submitting is an in memoriam for Ted Gullickson, who passed away last week. Very surprising many people who have been really struck by his passing. And I welcome colleagues who also want to make comments during my introduction after I read this introduction. This is an introduction that was written by, I believe, Bobby Coleman wrote a draft for it, and Joseph Smook, who have had a long-time relationship with the tenants union. Last week, we lost a beloved friend and inspirational organizer of the city's tenants when Ted Gullickson passed unexpectedly. Ted is survived by his sister, Sandra Gullickson Roby, a stepdaughter, nieces and nephews, and his former partner, Sheila Sexton, and his dog, Falcor, who Ted took in when he wandered up to his door. Originally from Massachusetts, Gullickson moved to San Francisco in the 1980s and started working for the Tenants Union in 1988. For 26 years, Ted Gullickson led the San Francisco Tenants Union and was a key figure in the city's tenant movement, creating an exceptional legacy of accomplishments. As word of Ted's passing became public, friends shared grief, memories, and inspiration, and there has been a common theme in all of their reflections. Ted was a fierce and powerful activist who never hesitated to draw a line in the sand and stick to his principles. He was someone who both led militant and direct action in the streets and also actively participated in crafting and moving legislation at City Hall and at the ballot box. He was also very good at helping to build coalitions. Despite his political power and his prowess, he was one of the most down-to-earth, approachable, humble people there was, and was one of those rare advocates that did not leave a trail of enemies in his wake. Ted was a tireless champion for tenants, poor people, and the working class in the face of victory and defeat, and he was a source of strength for many others to keep fighting. One of the strongest recurring images people seem to have of Ted was a positive attitude, approaching our common struggles with a smile. He fought with a passion and a love for San Francisco and the people who live here. Thousands of tenants are still in their homes because of Ted. As we express our sadness over his passing and the changing city, his work has also provided us with hope. His organizing work at the Tenants Union has created a strong, independent, well-trained collective. Thanks to Ted's mentorship, there are many more activists to carry on his legacy, to be as independent, positive, and as brave as he was, to keep fighting to make fundamental justice a reality. And during that fight, and journey, we must remember to enjoy our lives as he did, loving the Giants, riding his bike everywhere, loving Falcor, and eating up all the donuts and chocolates on our way. Ted Gullickson, presente.
Thank you, Supervisor.
So I welcome other colleagues who want to make comments to do so now during my intro.
Supervisor Campos.
When I heard about what happened to Ted, I think my reaction was like the reaction of just about everyone that I've spoken to about this. I just could not believe it. I think that there are things about a place, and there are things and people about San Francisco that without those things and without those people, you can't imagine a place being the place that it is. And I think that of the many individuals that I have gotten to know over the years and that I have interacted with, not only as a supervisor, but even before that, Ted is one of those iconic people that you simply do not think and cannot think and imagine San Francisco without him. And so I don't know, to be honest, how you think of San Francisco without Ted Gullickson being a part of it. But I guess the thing that I can say is that I guess in a way he will always be. He will always be a part of San Francisco. And I cannot for the life of me think about any issue involving tenants and housing without thinking about what Ted Gullickson thinks. And you have to catch yourself because you always think of calling Ted and asking Ted about some issue. And I think it's only fitting that today, as we're honoring his life, that we had a piece of legislation that he came up with, that he helped us draft, that we worked on. And that's the thing about Ted. Above everything else, he was so understated, he was so humble, but ultimately he was about the work. And so I think that the only thing that I think I can do to honor him and to honor what he was about is to simply continue to do the work. Ted Gullickson, presente.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Supervisor Kim.
Over the last couple of years, we've lost many who have been organizers and leaders for our city. But there are a couple that rise above that are clearly giants here in San Francisco. And giants are individuals that have a commitment so unquestioned, you never wonder if they're going to be there tomorrow. In fact, I never ever thought about a day in San Francisco without Ted Gullickson, and it wasn't until I got the news that I realized that I actually took that for granted. I never thought that there would be a movement without Ted, and I never thought that there would be a San Francisco without Ted. And even when, because there's so many of us, even when we argue and disagree, there's so much respect and love that we all have for one another because we know where each other's heart and our commitments lie. And the loss of these giants each time is incredibly heartbreaking, whether it was the passing of Eric Casada or Renee Casaneva. Ted Gullickson joins this group of San Francisco icons whose commitment and heart was never questioned. But I have to say, I feel so incredibly fortunate as someone who is younger here in San Francisco that we all got to spend time with all of these amazing individuals, and that we have this generation, and I will call them elders, we have this generation of elders who are so intelligent, whose knowledge of the history of San Francisco is unmatched, who are scrappy, creative, know the planning code inside and out, know every arbitrary and an esoteric part of San Francisco's administrative code, and that they continue to lead and advise and guide this movement. And so many of us that want to continue that work, either as organizers, as activists, or as policymakers. And they are a rock, so stable, and that are just there every day. And I hope that in our generation that we have the same individuals that will lead in that way. Because the generation before us really rejected everything. Promotions, money, other cities. They could have done so many things, but they always stayed every day to continue this work, and they never, ever tire of it. But most of all, I know that TED has mentored so many people in this movement. And there's so few individuals that lead without taking up space. Often to be a leader, you talk a lot, and you express a lot of your opinions, and you make it really well known, and you take up a lot of space. And Ted was a leader without doing that. And I am really, really going to miss him both as a role model for so many and for his leadership and mentorship. And as Supervisor David Campos eloquently said, the only way to honor Ted is to dedicate our work to you and to commit to continuing it with the same fervor that you did. Rest in peace. Presente, Ted Gullickson.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Marr.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Supervisor Avalos for reading that great statement and the Tenants Union for also posting on the website remembering Ted Gullickson, an open letter from the San Francisco Tenants Union, Ted Gullickson's University of Activists. I'll remember Ted's what I would call grassroots humility, very similar to Bill Soro, Eric Casada, Jazzy Collins, and many others that have passed fairly recently. I always will remember how Ted was very clear for movements to know your enemy and to identify them or it, but also not to be afraid to develop tactical alliances at times and to build a movement from those alliances. Condolences to Sheila Sexton and the family, Falkor, and everyone around Ted that helped make him what a great person he was. I really hate how the mainstream press has characterized the progressive movement and Ted's work, and I would hope that people build the University of Activists, the Tenants Union, and broader alliances with other organizations as well. I know there's a lot of folks from ACE that are here today and home defenders, but I think of the tradition of fighters for our neighborhoods and communities, Ted Gullickson stands above us all in many ways. I liked how he never sugarcoated things in his language, and knowing him for decades in the work that he's done, he never got enough acknowledgement, I think, of what he built over time. But my hope is that we continue after November 4th to really acknowledge him in the best possible way. And I wanted to say that in the Tenants Union statement, they say, here's what we encourage to best honor Ted. His family will lead a memorial after the election, which we hope you will all attend. And for now, over the next 2 weeks, we will stay focused on winning Prop G and our other campaigns, as was Ted's wish. I'm not advocating for political stuff right now. Mr. Givner, I'm reading from the Tenants Union website. While maintaining with full vigor our daily counseling services and political advocacy for tenants, we can then celebrate Ted's life with the greatest pride, and his family will soon be announcing the details of the public memorial service. Please save a prospective date of Sunday, November 16th, subject to change. The Tenants Union will also be hosting open houses and mobilizations, so please stay tuned for those announcements as well. With the closure of the San Francisco Bay Guardian newspaper, we also know that it's crucial to keep our electoral endorsement practices and political activities strong, independent, honest, and reliable. Please rest assured that we are all fully prepared for that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. President Chu.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, thank you for your beautiful words about Ted Gullickson. There's so much that can be said about Ted. He was one of the very first progressive activists that I met in our city, probably about 15 years ago. And he was someone who I know taught all of us, mentored many of us, and I learned a lot about leadership from Ted's style. We have a lot of amazing and brilliant leaders in our city, and I think I might say many of whom frustrate us every day. We agree with them, but they may drive us nuts. Ted was not one of them. He was an unbelievably kind, gentle, and decent soul, and in a city political environment that is full of egos, he exemplified humility, humbleness. He was gentle while he was fierce. And I think it's really hard to imagine the tenants world and progressive politics in San Francisco without Ted Gullickson. And I know many of us, we are celebrating our giants this month, but I think we also know that we are all mourning for and celebrating a true giant for our tenants and for San Francisco, who is an incredible champion for San Franciscans. So, Ted Gullickson, rest in peace. And colleagues, I ask that we adjourn on behalf of the full board for Ted Gullickson, if we could do that without objection. Supervisor Yee.
Just really quickly, I probably, of all my colleagues on the board, I probably knew him the least. And that's why I was a little hesitant to say anything. But for the short time that I've known him, I admire his style. And I didn't always agree with everything, but one thing I have to say about him is that, and I can't say this about too many people, he's one that when he asks for things, it's what I call authentic ask for authentic needs, and that's what I think of him as. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Yee. We'll move on to Supervisor Breed.
Thank you. Colleagues, today I have just one item. I'm introducing a resolution asking my colleagues to support the rank and file men and women of the San Francisco Fire Department. As I've discussed many times in these chambers, including today with the mayor, we are in the midst of an ambulance crisis in our city that is jeopardizing public safety. The fire department is out of compliance with its own state-mandated exclusive operating area. Its emergency medical response times in July and August were also 50% longer than its own standards call for. We are still on a daily basis forcing people in emergency situations to wait because the fire department literally does not have an ambulance available to send to them. All of this is happening in spite of the fact that the fire department's budget has increased by over $63 million. That's 22.4% in the last 5 years. And the board has approved funding for 16 new ambulances, which the department still has not purchased. And I know that the mayor's response to my question today said that they have been purchased and they are on the way, but in fact, not a payment has been issued and a purchase order is still pending. This is why on September 22nd, the United Employee Groups of San Francisco's Fire Department, including those representing the Asian, Black, Hispanic, LGBT, and female firefighters and paramedics, unanimously voted to express a crisis of confidence in the fire department leadership and urge the mayor to immediately relieve the fire chief. And it is why on October 1st, the Fire Chiefs Association, those chiefs whom the current chief have given the promotions to, announced that it stood with the United Employee Groups, echoing their crises of confidence and specifically calling for the replacement of their current chief. Colin Powell said it best about leadership. The day soldiers stop bringing you their problems is the day you have stopped leading them. They have either lost confidence that you can help them or concluded that you just don't care. Either case is a failure of leadership. So under the charter, the Board of Supervisors cannot make personnel decisions regarding department leaders, but we are facing a public health crisis, and the men and women who risk their lives to protect us are asking for our help. I think it is time the Board of Supervisors at least go on the record in support of our firefighters and paramedics and in support of every San Franciscan who has waited far too long for emergency care. This resolution will allow us to do that, and the rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Breed. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I have one item, colleagues. In my time as a member of the board, I have gotten to know many workers, and it's been an honor for me to do that. And one group of workers that I've had the pleasure of getting to know and really understanding their experiences are the workers at Le Méridien and the Hyatt Fisherman's Wharf hotels. Like thousands of other workers in our city's hospitality industry, these are individuals who are working very hard to welcome visitors to San Francisco. They cook the food, they wash the dishes, they clean the guest rooms, all with little recognition. In many respects, workers at Le Méridien and the Hyatt are the face of San Francisco's hotel industry. They really represent our city to these tourists. But workers at these two hotels have been denied basic rights that are afforded to thousands of other hotel workers in this city. Workers at the Hyatt Fisherman's Wharf have been asking since 2008 for a fair process, card check neutrality, to decide for themselves whether to join a union. Their colleagues at the Le Méridien have been appealing for the same right since 2003. What they're asking for is the same thing that workers at dozens of other hotels and restaurants in San Francisco have had during the past 2 decades. It's the same process that dozens of hotel management companies have adopted for any hotel they acquire in the future here in San Francisco. But for whatever reason, the owner of these two hotels, Chesapeake Lodging Trust, is refusing to grant these workers this fair treatment, even though it is very much the norm in San Francisco's hotel industry. In June of this year, some workers, Ana Flores, Edwin Lopez, both long-term Le Méridien San Francisco workers, as well as representatives of the Workers' Committee, actually went to Chicago and spoke to the chairman of the Chesapeake Lodging Trust. They presented him with a public petition that was signed by the majority of their co-workers, asking Chesapeake to honor their requests for a fair process. Because the request for card check neutrality seems to be falling on deaf ears, these workers are at a dead end. And so I am proud today to introduce a resolution that actually supports their workers in the very difficult step that they have taken, where they have actually called for the boycotting of their own hotels, even though that means they're going to lose tips, hours, and other personal sacrifices that they're going to have to make. But they have reached a point where they have no other option. My resolution supports that call for a boycott, and it says the following, that it states at the Board of Supervisors that we express our full support for the workers' demands for a fair process to decide for themselves whether or not to unionize, that we, the Board of Supervisors, call upon customers of Le Méridien and the Hyatt Fisherman's Wharf to going forward to respect the workers' call for a boycott of these two properties, that the Board of Supervisors calls on all departments and employees of the City and County of San Francisco to boycott the services provided by Le Méridien and the Hyatt Fisherman's Wharf, and that the Board of Supervisors calls on SF Travel to advise and alert incoming tourists and conventioneers of the boycott of Le Méridien, San Francisco, and Hyatt Fisherman's Wharf. They cannot get away with treating workers probably in most parts of the country, and they're certainly not going to get away with treating workers this way in San Francisco. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. President Chu.
Thank you, colleagues. I first want to start by joining Supervisor Kim in the in memoriam for Cecilia Lamb. As she mentioned, our city, we had gone for almost 4 years without a domestic violence homicide, and in the last few months we have had 4. And if you read the account of what happened to Ms. Lamb, there are many aspects of it that sound eerily like what happened to Claire Joyce Timpongo some 14 years ago tomorrow. And I think, colleagues, we all know that Ms. Timpongo's death is what spurred our city to move forward on so many new policies when it comes to domestic violence. But I do hope that with Ms. Lamb's tragedy, we will continue to renew ourselves to this work. Colleagues, I have 2 items related to the environment that I am introducing today. First, I'm introducing legislation to keep unwanted, unused drugs out of our public waterways and off our streets. Improper drug disposal has been a real and dangerous environmental, public health, and public safety issue. We all know that expired medications lying around the house can end up in the hands of children, accidentally ingested by seniors or pets, or used in suicides. There are more accidental drug overdoses that occur every year from prescription medications than from cocaine and heroin combined. While wastewater treatments have been effective at removing solids and harmful bacteria, they're not designed to filter pharmaceutical chemicals. And medicines that are flushed down the drain or the toilet or that leach from landfills eventually end up in our waterways, causing irreversible damage to our ecosystem and our bay. For our colleagues who were around in 2010, you may remember we first considered an ordinance in this area. But when our colleagues in Alameda County were sued by the pharmaceutical industry for a similar ordinance, San Francisco decided to put our efforts on hold. In the meantime, San Francisco's Department of the Environment launched our city's voluntary drug take-back program. And I've worked with the Department of the Environment and the pharmaceutical industry to secure some funding for the pilot program. But unfortunately, over the last 2.5 years, only 40% of our small pilot program has been funded by the industry. This program has been remarkably successful, literally taking 18 tons of unwanted drugs off the streets and out of the sewers of our city. We are here, and I'm actually introducing this today because 2 weeks ago, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals upheld Alameda's ordinance, affirming the ability of local governments to require medicine manufacturers to provide for the collection and disposal of medicine. This ruling gives our city the ability to take our pilot program, make it permanent, and expand it to meet our real needs. The ordinance would require drug producers to participate in a product stewardship program to collect, handle, and dispose of unwanted drugs. It would require drug producers to pay all administrative and operational costs and fees, require them to adequately promote their stewardship plans, and also require that the drugs collected be disposed at a permitted hazardous waste site. At this moment, there are only 13 independent drug stores that have sites in the city, and we hope that the over 100 pharmacies in San Francisco and wherever you buy medication, you should be able to dispose of expired medication. I look forward to having a conversation about this ordinance. I'm also introducing an ordinance today to move San Francisco's leadership forward in the area of solar. In 2008, San Francisco launched Go Solar SF. We received $65 million of private investment, the headquartering of major solar leaders in our city, and over 120 jobs for low-income, diverse residents who otherwise have faced employment barriers. Our city has seen firsthand the benefits of solar energy, keeping housing affordable, increasing property values, creating jobs, and promoting environmental justice. The question today is how we expand and sustain our efforts as we aspire to reach a greenhouse gas-free electrical system by 2030. My resolution lays out a vision for 2020, what we refer to as a Solar Vision 2020, a roadmap of how we get there with 3 components. First, to propose the permanent funding of our Go Solar incentive program after the program's previous funding expires in 2018. Second, the Solar Vision establishes a 50 megawatt solar panel goal for our city, with at least 2 megawatts for existing tenant-occupied residences every year. Third, the resolution supports a requirement that the roofs of new developments be sustainable, that solar panels and rooftop gardens be installed on all new construction or substantial retrofits where feasible, and for the Department of the Environment to convene stakeholders to work on its implementation. Solar Vision 2020 will help San Francisco uphold our city's reputation as a leader in the solar movement. And I want to take a moment and thank the San Francisco Department of the Environment, its Executive Director, Debbie Raphael, its Commission President, Josh Arce, as well as leaders from the solar industry, including Janine Cotter from Luminaut. I want to thank representatives from labor, from our nonprofit community, as well as advocates for our solar community here in San Francisco. The last item I have, I'm introducing a resolution, unfortunately, to again condemn anti-Arab and anti-Muslim bus advertisements. You may remember 2 years ago, there was a series of these bus advertisements that were placed on our buses, and this board condemned those advertisements. We then saw a round of anti-Israel bus advertisements, and I know a majority of this body condemned those ads as well. Unfortunately, this past week, there was another round, and I ask that colleagues, we reiterate our condemnation of these anti-Arab and anti-Muslim bus advertisements and stand with our San Francisco Muslim and Arab communities. The rest of my items I will submit.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes roll call for the introduction of new business.
Why don't we now go to general public comment?
At this time, the public may comment generally for up to 2 minutes on items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board, including the policy discussion between the mayor and the board, items on the adoption without reference to committee calendar, and the closed session, the subject matter of item 30. Please note public comment is not allowed on items which have already been subject to public comment at a board committee. Direct your remarks to the board as a whole, not to individual supervisors nor to the audience. And if you would like a document to be displayed on the overhead projector, please clearly state such and remove the document when you'd like the screen to return to live coverage of the meeting.
Let's hear from our first speaker.
Good evening, supervisors. I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. The loss of Ted Gullickson, as all of you who spoke about it mentioned, is a very sad and a very serious loss. And I'm glad to say that I can agree with all the words of all the supervisors who spoke about him. I always thought that part of his charm was his modesty, and he was typically known as the secretary or some such lesser position at the tenants union. It hasn't been mentioned specifically as an item, but we also have lost the San Francisco Bay Guardian, which put out its last edition last week and has been basically killed off by the owners. While certainly we did not agree with them all the time, there is a great loss in having the loss of that voice and newspaper in general. I wanted to talk about the last time I spoke with you, the last couple of times. I spoke about Wired Magazine's September edition, which featured Eric Snowden on the cover and recapped all of the things that we've learned about the pervasive surveillance that goes on by our government, and suggested that the supervisors should have be concerned that every department, including itself, review what the implications are for the citizens of San Francisco. We call on the supervisors to require reviews by all city departments, including especially the library, which has not done such a review, to review the privacy threats to citizens and to provide full disclosure of the relatively newly revealed threats. Thank you.
Thank you.
And they went into Capernaum, and straightway on the Sabbath day he entered into the synagogue and taught. And they were astonished at his doctrine, for he taught them as one that had authority. And there was in their synagogue a man with an unclean spirit, And he cried out, saying, Let us alone. What have we to do with thee, thou Jesus of Nazareth? Art thou come to destroy us? And he said, Yes, I've come to destroy you. We have a problem in Houston. The mayor is saying that Christian ministers of the gospel have to submit under threat of, what do they call it, contempt of court, their sermons. Know ye not that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of God? Be not deceived, neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor effeminate, nor abusers of themselves with mankind, nor thieves, nor covetous, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor extortioners shall inherit the kingdom of God. And such were some of you. But ye are washed, sanctified, and justified in the name of Jesus. Now, to be sanctified is to be set apart from your sin. God gives you the ability to be good after you get saved. Now, when you're in the dark with your significant other, don't tell me you don't know what you're doing is wrong. It's wicked. It's evil. And your conscience bears witness with that because you're made in God's image. All of us are made in God's image. Now, on Judgment Day, this shirt I wear, I was talking to one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in my life. I was trying to convince her to wear this shirt. This is the most incredible story NBC will not publish because NBC does not investigate. But if you will Google...
Thank you.
Good evening, supervisors. I have been complying information in regards to acts of violence in San Francisco as a whole. However, I'd like to draw your attention to one district in particular for this forum, District 10. When Willie Brown served as mayor, no significant change were effective to curb teen death or gang violence. To quote Tony Kelly, instances of teen death and gang violence under Gavin Newsom's reign was essentially a rerun of events that occurred during his predecessors. Many victimized citizens in our poverty-stricken communities count on supervisors to perform miraculous acts. I'd like to know how many ineffective initiatives introduced by Tony Kelly were passed, stamped, and dated. I cannot state the same for Supervisor Malia Cohen. She is a beacon of hope for the city of San Francisco. Ms. Cohen has brought many relevant social issues to the forefront. Rapid use of firearms and gang-related violence isn't restricted solely to San Francisco. These are problems endemic to our society. Ms. Cohen and other outstanding supervisors whom demonstrate sound leadership and wisdom beyond her years. She and other conscientious civil leaders like her represents the voice of reason and a ray of hope for all Americans. Sadly, there's individuals occupying stations of influence whose rather than promoting goodwill and harmony seeks to create divisiveness and dissonance. Such as an example of this is that of editor-in-chief of Bayview newspaper, Ms. Mary Radcliffe. In a recent editorial, Ms. Radcliffe suggested that African Americans must be of a particular social tile class and must have specific qualifications to be deemed worthy.
Thank you. Great to see you, Walter.
Great to be back, Supervisor Marr and supervisors. It's not unusual to campaign and do your speech lines. It's not unusual to want a city dime. If you should ever want to see the city really shine, it's not unusual. It happens every day. By the city, by the bay, you'll find it happens every day, every time. It's not unusual to be mad with any city one. It's not unusual to be sad with anyone. But if you ever find that your city's jobs changed like you do, it's not unusual that all the votes have gone to you. Whoa, 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 whoa. And the city votes go to you, supervisors you chew. And it's sad, it's a tragedy when the Bay Guardian has gone away. By the Bay, it's going away. The Bay Guardian's going away. Hey, it's a tragedy when the Bay Guardian's going, it's going away. And it's so bad, sad to say, it's going away. Hey. Thank you.
SFG TV, the speaker is trying to utilize the computer.
About artificial turf.
The black dots called crumb rubber are actually shredded car and truck tires. They contain all the same chemicals found in most tires. The International Agency for Cancer Research labels 4 carcinogens.
You'd get it in your mouth and you wouldn't think about it.
Jordan Swarthout started playing goalie on turf when she was 12 years old. At age 21, Swarthout was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma. The former goalie is on Griffin's list. Names of soccer players who have developed different types of cancer. Annika Jibovic, 18 years old. Emma Loney, 15. Austin Everett died at the age of 25 from non-Hodgkin's lymphoma.
I would have them in my ears. I would have them everywhere. In my hair.
Last year, she was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Faye played soccer since she was 4 and was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma at age 16. A former college football player now battling leukemia. I feel sick to my stomach that the artificial turf can have so many chemicals.
The doctor came in and he said, in all my years of medical practice, this is the worst x-ray I've ever seen, the worst chest x-ray I'd ever seen.
Hodgkin's lymphoma, stage 4.
You end up ingesting the crumb rubber. It's unavoidable.
Former professional goalie and reality TV star Ethan Zahn, who has twice beaten non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, had been keeping his own list.
And she said, I just think it's something with the field turf.
The former Husky goalkeeper was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma during freshman year of college when doctors discovered a large, deadly tumor.
It was about the size of a little bigger than a softball, and it was right in the center of my chest.
The pain is still fresh for June Leahy. Her daughter, Austin Everett, a star goalkeeper, died a year and a half ago. In 2008, we told you about a Tacoma Stadium High goalkeeper's battle with Hodgkin's lymphoma. Back then, Luke Beardimple and his family wondered if crumb rubble had played a part in his cancer.
I'll catch it, it'll stop the ball, but not the pellets, and it'll go into my face, it'll go into my eyes and my...
Thank you. Next speaker. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Helena Keefe. This is my first time contributing to this important public forum. Thank you for listening. I'm here to share my story, and it represents many others who look to you to hold our concerns close to your hearts as you fight the battles of public office. I moved to San Francisco 11 years ago with my husband, who was offered a scholarship to attend graduate school. Finding work in the arts was a challenge, but we made it work and felt supported by the vibrant arts community here. I was honored to be included in Bay Area Now at the Yerba Buena Center for the Arts in 2005. Later, I made posters featuring stories of Muni drivers for the Arts Commission's Market Street program. I worked with patients at Laguna Honda Hospital to make scrubs and linens featuring patient artwork. My husband and I have both been very fortunate. We are not being evicted. We rent a house in Bernal Heights with 3 other artists, all of us in our 30s. But here's the thing. As I approach my late 30s, I can no longer ward off the nagging questions. If we decide to have kids, can we afford to raise them here? What if we do lose our place? Will we be able to find affordable housing? Will the arts continue to thrive here, and in what form? I fear the answers to these questions is no. Change is inevitable, and it's tempting to focus blame on tech industry workers as they are ostentatiously chauffeured through the city in gleaming white buses with tinted windows. But what is at the root of the city's shift in values? It seems to me that greed has taken over. The interests of corporations have trumped those of citizenry, and we need you, our representatives, to stand up for us against the interests of the few. San Francisco feels like home more than any other place I've lived, but it's getting hard to breathe here. I hope not to have to leave, but I'm planning my exit. If you value the contributions of the artists that artists make to the quality of life in San Francisco, consider me a canary in the coal mine.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dorian Maxwell. I want to talk about auditing. This board need to audit the Planning Commission. They really need to audit the Planning Commission because San Francisco infrastructure has changed dramatically and over the years. It's no longer look like the place for tourism and things. Now it's a melting pot for corporations. This municipality, one time was a municipality, is now corporatized. What else needs to happen is, before any new legislation passed for the SFMTA to fund Muni, it needs to be an audit of the business practice of the SFMTA Human Resource Department, as well as the operations of the SFMTA. This is a criminal organization that was approved in 1999 by the voters, and it's criminal. They extort money from the public, the riders, people who use the parking spaces, and they need to go to jail. And it's time that this board stand up and take a stance on the corruption that goes on in the planning department as well as the SFMTA. It'll be an imperative that many of you are up for re-election this term. The even number district supervisors were up for re-election. Give us a Christmas gift. Send the people that run the Planning Commission to jail, as well as the people that run Muni. Send them to jail.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Tricia Fogelman. I'm an SF resident, Giants fan, and voter in District 5. I moved here 17 years ago. 16 years ago, I became a victim of domestic violence. At that time, I felt like the city had my back. From the SFPD, who took one look at my face and arrested my former spouse, to the ADA, who worked with me for appropriate justice, to the lawmakers who made sure there was a zero tolerance policy for abuse. I'm no longer sure that the city has my back. I'm having trouble recognizing the place I love so much. Now I'm all for a sharing economy. I'm a driver for a ride-sharing company, and I have most of those apps on my smartphone. But these companies don't want to share in the tax burden. What's worse, these billionaire bullies are funding campaign ads exploiting people like me to reward politicians who vote their way. Instead of contributing money to domestic violence causes and shelters, they have contributed $725,000 to smear campaigns. I called into KQED for a recent debate to ask that these ads stop, and I was ignored. Instead, my mailbox is polluted with more of their filth. I've been overwhelmed by so many women and men who are reaching out to me, sharing their stories. They feel the same as I do. This issue is uniting us, the survivors and the families and friends of survivors and those who believe in social justice. I'm asking city leadership to step up and speak out against this, and once again make this a city that will have the backs of domestic violence survivors and not use us for political gain. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and I would like some acknowledgement of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mary Jo Moosney. Has anyone in your life been hurting you or abusing you? This is a question I have asked literally thousands of times in my last, so far, 49 years of being a registered nurse in San Francisco, the last 37 in maternal child health. This became a more personal issue about 12 years ago when one of my daughters became a victim. Obviously, she suffered. Let me mention another victim. At the time, one of my granddaughters was 3. She witnessed this. If she has a last memory of her father, it is of her father beating her mother until the police came. She is now 15 on full scholarship at a college prep school, excelling in Latin, becoming conversational in Mandarin. She did not get there without a lot of healing. We can't allow this type of crime to become a political football in San Francisco. To do so further victimizes those who have already been hurt far too much. Thank you.
Good night, my name is Kayla Cordero. I work for the Office of Civic Engagement and Immigrant Affairs, and tonight I'm going to be providing Spanish interpretation services.
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Hilda Pérez. Yo estoy aquí, en mi opinión, y diciendo que no es un tema, la violencia doméstica es un problema, es un tema doloroso, que no lo hubieran de ocupar como para política, porque la mujer que sufre de violencia doméstica no saben el dolor que pasan, el dolor que tienen sus hijos. En mi opinión, no es algo que lo deberían de ocupar para hacer campaña. Yo creo que deberían de jugar limpio y claro y ganar siendo las cosas bien claras, no usar un tema como la violencia doméstica para política.
Good night, my name is Hilda Perez. I'm a survivor of domestic violence, and tonight I want to give my opinion in this topic. I consider that domestic violence should not be used as a theme for political campaigns. I think that people should play clean and they don't understand the suffering and the pain that domestic violence survivors go through, the suffering that goes with their children. And in my opinion, this is not something that should be used for political campaigns. If you need to win votes, do it in a clean way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Maria Guillen, and I ask a question. Money, is it the root of all evil? Well, reckless, irresponsible use of money can be pretty distasteful and harmful. My mom always said, just because someone has money does not mean they have tastes. I grew up in a poor household. She said to us that, again, if you have money, you should try to do good with that money. But that's not always the case. She also said to us, dignity is not attributed to wealth. So I used to wonder, why would she say these things? She struggled to feed us, but she also struggled to give us spirit and to keep our spirit alive. I am standing here tonight to say that a lot of the campaign literature that I have seen is entirely too gratuitous, meaning uncalled for, lacking of good reason, unwarranted, as in gratuitous violence. Supervisors, we all know that on TV, they actually have a content rating system to give you warning when there's too much violence, there is poor taste, there's poor language. I wonder if that's where we're headed in regards to campaign literature. I think we can do better. We're supposed to be about promoting democracy, not turning people off. We're supposed to be about promoting healthy and safe communities. We can use money in a better way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Supervisors, I'd like to direct my comments to the president of the board. Unfortunately, he is not there. But domestic violence, I want to say, is not just a woman's issue. Domestic violence is a societal issue. It's a children's issue. It's a man's issue. It hurts everyone. I know this. There has been domestic violence in my family. It affected my parents. It affected my siblings. And it has affected our children. Now, I know in San Francisco, there are wonderful services that deal with this. Wonderful services that are shelters, that are counselors, and these services are needed. And these services lack the proper funding to continually expand. We were told today that 4 women have died of domestic violence in the past period of time. 4 is too many. We need more resources to combat this, to educate, and to provide a safe environment. I have one suggestion for the persons who are funding the leaflets that are coming into my mailbox. I thought it was $500,000. I'm learning $750,000 are going to create these flyers that bring up domestic violence in a vicious, deceitful, lying way to promote one candidate over another. They are disgraceful, they are exploitive, and they need to stop. I am asking that they stop. San Francisco is better than this. We deserve better. We have politics. We deserve to move forward. I'm asking that these flyers stop. They trigger the wrong emotions in people, and they are painful, and they hurt us personally. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the public to speak to this body as a whole, not to individual members of the board. Thank you.
My name is Tammy Bryan. Thank you, supervisors, for being here and listening to our public comment. I don't have a whole lot to add, but I really do want to come out publicly that I am a survivor of domestic violence. It was a horrible thing that I went through many years ago, and I just do not like seeing billionaires exploiting the issue. They have not been there for victims of domestic violence when we needed them, and now that they're coming out with all this money, these are resources that would be much better invested in services. So I just really wanted to support my friends and colleagues and also denounce billionaires trying to buy an election with dirty, deceitful tactics and exploiting us and our pain and what our families have gone through, because it is a deep issue and it affects people for years to come, and it's just not right. Thank you.
Pilar Schiavo, when this started happening in the primary, I was really upset about it. And
so, Ms. Schiavo, can I just say that we're urging people not to speak about political campaigns. You could speak about the general issue of domestic violence or generally issues around elections, but not the specific campaign. Okay?
Okay.
And
do I still get 2 minutes?
Ms. Schiavo, we paused your time.
Thank you. So when this started happening, I was really upset about it and started talking to a lot of other women about it. And I was shocked, really, to see how many people this really impacts. People around me every day that I've known for years are survivors of domestic violence. And this is not something to play with. These images, there are survivors here today. There's other survivors who could not be here. And the stories that I've heard from people are about this being a trigger when they get these mailers in the mail, that people have been having nightmares for months going back to seeing their mothers beaten. That this is incredibly painful for people. And the excuse of being in a tight political race is unacceptable. It's inexcusable, and it needs to stop. This is something where these tech billionaires spending $725,000 just to exploit this issue until just last weekend. They chose one other item to talk about. Where have they been on domestic violence? Never have they ever been involved in domestic violence. They've never been there on this issue, and they choose to spend $725,000. Imagine what they could do in this city on political mailers and
Ms.
ad
Schiavo,
campaigns.
you're crossing the line now,
I'm
so
sorry,
speak generally about the
I'll
issue, please.
Correct myself. Okay, so this is the test of integrity is when you are in hot water, how you behave, and this tells a lot. I think it tells a lot, and we deserve more as San Francisco, and we hope leaders in this room will stand up and join the voices of women who are standing up to say enough is enough, this has to end. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Please come forward, the next speaker.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Hi, I'm Jamie Brooks, and I'm from the Beyond the Campaign, and I just want to thank John Avalos for introducing our item, putting greenhouse gas disclosure labels on gas pumps in the city. As you may know, we have been working in the city of Berkeley, and we are 2 votes away from an ordinance in the city of Berkeley. And I just want to say a couple items about our ordinance. The first thing is we think that an everyday product that most consumers use with this greenhouse gas danger should have an obvious disclosure. If a bottle of aspirin has a health disclosure, we think that something that is this dangerous to human health and welfare should also have a disclosure. And then on a mitigation strategy component of this campaign, it's about connecting consumption with the problem. It's not about raising awareness. Consumers, we don't need more awareness. We need to connect consumers' personal use of energy to the larger problem of greenhouse gases. So that's the strategy, and using the information at the point of sale is the key component.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Top of the third, 3-0. Go Giants. Thank you for being so patient, supervisors. Eddie on with Brightline Defense Project. I'll be very brief. Here to speak in support of the solar resolution introduced by President Chu. It hits on 3 key points that Brightline has always believed in. First, the idea of fighting climate change. That is absolutely necessary, especially as we put solar in low-income communities for homes like Dr. Espinola Jackson. It also puts an aspirational goal of 50 megawatts, which is very important to set as a citywide goal to encourage further solar development in the future. Second is the idea of jobs, making sure that we can continue to create local jobs for solar installation companies like Luminalt, through Asian neighborhood design, through their training class, and through a number of other programs that are designed to connect low-income communities to green jobs. And third and finally, the idea of local economic investment for a thriving solar industry that already exists in the form of companies like Sunrun, Solar City. This makes sure that there's full funding for the Go Solar SF program and that solar industry will continue to endure as San Francisco remains a leader in the environmental movement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ahn. And I just wanted to clarify 3-0 Giants. It's in the 3rd inning, but thank you for letting us know.
Good afternoon. I'll also keep my comments short. I'm Janine Cotter. 10 years ago, we founded Luminalt in District 4. We are now in the Mission, and we have been installing solar for 10 years, and we've done amazing work working with folks who do community-based organizations to get people into the workforce. I don't know if many of you know, but recently Fort Mason Center got a 250 kilowatt system installed with virtual net metering, which means that the nonprofits that are tenants are benefiting from that solar. That installation was led by Brian Ruiz, who is a graduate of John O'Connell High School. He started with Luminalt right after he graduated, and he's been here for 5 years. Those sorts of success stories need to be told. We need to get a really strong bench. We need leaders of solar that represent the diversity of San Francisco, and we need solar across all neighborhoods in San Francisco. I want to thank you for your leadership. I want to thank you for this resolution, and I want to thank you for your continued investment in things that matter around climate change and around engaging community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I am Russell Tanofsky. I'm a member of the Commission of Animal Welfare and Control. I'm not sure this is the proper time for me, but I didn't see another spot on the agenda where I could mention this. I just wanted to thank the board, even though you haven't voted on it or talked about it yet, for the free and safe passage of whales and dolphins in San Francisco Bay and its estuaries of the coastal waters. This is obviously a very important issue. Science, as we've all recently seen, has shown how sentient and moral creatures that cetaceans are. Our waters off the coastal bay and the estuaries and all around here are just filled with all sorts of cetaceans. The population of harbor porpoises has skyrocketed in the past years, and this board has taken other similar actions to make sure that the safe passage of whales and cetaceans through the coastal waters and the shipping lanes by altering shipping lanes, working with the Coast Guards and other agencies to just ensure that they're out there. And I just wanted to say again, thank you very much for recognizing this, and I hope that you will pass this resolution.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Laura Bridgman. I work for the International Marine Mammal Project in the Earth Island Institute, and I'm also here to voice my support for the Cetacean Free and Safe Passage resolution. I'm here on behalf of prominent scientists, local and international organizations, and hundreds of high school students who all support this resolution. This resolution reflects a growing understanding of a need for increased protection for dolphins and whales, so I hope that you can support it. Thank you.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name still is Jackie Bryson, and I'm here to give a very positive update and a shout out to Supervisor Farrell's office. I am very happy with the interaction between Jess and me to discuss the proposed supportive housing tenant eviction protection ordinance. I found Jess to be a good listener. He did not trounce on my sentences. I really like that part. And I'm looking forward to working with him and with you to craft an ordinance which is going to finally give eviction protection for those in so-called supportive housing. Until we have this eviction protection, that housing is not supportive. I am your poster child for that. I refuse to abdicate any of my statutory, constitutional, or civil rights or protections on the city, county, state, federal, and cosmic level. Cosmic is important, being an Aries, that's very important to me. And again, I want to thank you for taking the leadership here. And the one thing that I do want to make sure gets included is the prohibition against retaliation. Again, I'm the poster child for that one. Because I refuse to abdicate any of my rights, and because I am well researched and outspoken, they try to do me in. Well, I bounce back. You know why? I believe in the law of the land. And that's why we need to have a San Francisco-based law of the land which incorporates all of the protections on the state and federal level, as well as some of our more creative ordinances here. So I want to thank those of you who are going to be on the board when the hearings happen in January, and for those of you who won't.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public that wish to speak in general public comment? Seeing none, general public comment is now closed. Madam Clerk, could you call items 30 and 31?
Item 30 is a motion that the Board of Supervisors convene in closed session for the purpose of conferring with or receiving advice from the city attorney regarding anticipated litigation relating to the potential negotiation or adoption of the subsequent item, item 31, a joint powers agreement with the city of Richmond to establish a homeownership stabilization authority to assist homeowners with troubled mortgages in which the city is a potential defendant pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9a and the San Francisco Administrative Code Section 6710D2.
Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. Colleagues, there are still some moving parts on this resolution, and I want to do a couple things here today. I want to add some amendments, the amendment of the whole that I'm submitting, and I'll share that out, but since we're not going to be voting on it today, I'm going to continue it for 1 week. I also have been talking for many years with the Mayor's Office of Housing around creating homeowner stabilization programs that will meet the needs of people who mostly live in single-family homes. I had originally added language to Prop C, the Housing Trust Fund, that was called the Homeowner Stabilization Fund. And my bad, at the last minute, it was changed to the Housing Stabilization Fund. And that part of the Housing Trust Fund was used for services that were not necessarily geared directly for homeowners and households that own their own homes. In my district, we had many underwater households at that time, and we had many more households that had distressed homes on top of underwater, distressed mortgages on top of being underwater. And we also were experiencing many defaults and foreclosures at that time. And I really felt that the city had a real responsibility to address this issue of defaults and foreclosures that were happening in the southern part of San Francisco. We've also talked about, over the years, the out-migration of African-American households. And we need to find tools, thinking outside the box of how we're going to address the issue about the out-migration of African-Americans. And there's not one tool that will suffice, that the tools that we create will add up to something that will create a barrier to that out-migration. The supporting of households to keep their property, their homes, is one of the tools that we need to actually put in place. And to this day, we have not done so. So what I'd like to do is continue this item and have the Mayor's Office of Housing come here next week and explain to us, on top of the discussion about the SF Cares program that this resolution is about, because the Mayor's Office of Housing has expressed opposition to this SF Cares program. I would like the Mayor's Office of Housing, instead of just telling us what their opposition to the SF Cares program, joining the JPA with Richmond, California, they could tell us what they are doing and what they're thinking about supporting households that are underwater, households that have distressed mortgages, and making sure that we can do more than what we're currently doing out of that Mayor's Office of Housing to protect African-American households from out-migration and other people of color who are struggling to stay in the city. So I have talked with the Mayor's Office of Housing over the years about looking at some kind of silent loan program that could help provide some leverage for households to modify their loans, or to have a silent loan to help create new loans that they can actually have a mortgage that is more affordable for themselves, much like the DALP provides a down payment assistance loan program that will create a better mortgage that's more affordable for households as well who are first-time home buyers. So to this day, that hasn't been created, but I've had conversations with the controller and with Olson Lee and want to see what they're thinking. And I think a week's time could provide the basis for just some direction they can provide where they can go. If they need to hire new staff to do work around households that are distressed, I think they should do that, but tell us beforehand and start creating a plan instead of seeing so many people leave this city because they can't afford to maintain their property because we're still struggling with a widening disparity in wealth that hasn't fully been addressed. So, colleagues, I'm just submitting for today an amendment of the whole that I would like your support. Essentially, the amendment of the whole is changing some of the language in the JPA resolution from changing the language that states that the Mayor's Office of Housing will be negotiating the JPA to actually having the controller to negotiate the JPA. Want to thank the controller for your flexibility, the flexibility of your office. Another on page 4, line 1, we're having language that would clarify that the JPA will work with an independent appraiser to determine fair market value. That was a concern that was presented by the Department of Real Estate, who was going to be the appraiser to determine fair market value. So that will be added with your support, colleagues. And then to add another resolve clause on the last page that would be directing the Mayor's Office of Housing to contact homeowners with troubled private label security trust loans. MOH would determine if they are interested in participating in the program and explore possible alternatives to alternative financing models. But I do think that we have in our capacity, and the Mayor's Office of Housing has in its capacity, to provide the framework for what could be a new program. It's been plenty of years to think about it, but I think 1 more week's time shouldn't be too much to ask for them to come in and provide that idea of what they can do when they come next week, if you are able to accept this amendment of the whole and offer to continue this item to next Tuesday. I would appreciate a second for that motion.
Supervisor Avalos has made a motion to move forward amendment of the whole, seconded by Supervisor Farrell. Colleagues, can we take the motion to amend without objection? Without objection, that should be the case. And I understand that Supervisor Avalos is moving these two items, items 30 and 31, continuing these items to October the 28th. Is there a second to that? Second by Supervisor Campos. Colleagues, can we take the motion to continue without objection? Without objection, that should be the case. And Madam Clerk, could you read our adoption calendar?
Items 32 through 34 are being considered for immediate adoption without committee reference. A single roll call vote may enact these items. If a member objects, a matter can be removed and considered separately.
Colleagues, would anyone like to sever any of these items? Supervisor Farrell.
32, please.
32. Madam Clerk, roll call vote on items 33 and 34.
And 34, please.
Oh, you want to sever 34? Okay. Why don't we just take the items in order? Item 32.
Item 32, a roll call, Mr. President.
Supervisor Farrell, item 32.
Oh, apologies. I want to send this item to committee.
Okay. That item will be sent to committee. Item 33, roll call.
On item 33, Supervisor Chu.
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee. Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The resolution is adopted. Item 34.
Item 34 is a resolution to support the free and safe passage of whales and dolphins in the San Francisco coastal waters, San Francisco Bay, and its estuaries.
Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, this isn't the type of resolution I would typically author, but I just want to give the background here, and some of you may have heard from these students as well. There's a group of students from Lincoln High School that helped put together this resolution and began advocating for it, received a very significant number of emails from the students who are very passionate about this important environmental issue. And I think it's really important to send a clear and early message to young people that political participation matters, and that if they organize and advocate, that they can sometimes and hopefully frequently get what they want. And so I thought it was important to move forward what these students were requesting with their passion and their hard work. Thank you.
Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. I actually just want to really acknowledge Supervisor Wiener for introducing this legislation, given that a lot of the students were from our district high school. And so I really appreciate you showing them that what their proactivity can do. And so thank you very much.
Colleagues, can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, this resolution is adopted. And Madam Clerk, could you read our in memoriams?
Yes. Today's meeting will be adjourned in memory of the following beloved individuals. On behalf of Supervisor Kim and President Chu, for the Miss Cecilia Lamb. On behalf of the entire Board of Supervisors, for Mr. Ted Gullickson.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any more business in front of the board?
That concludes our business for today, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are adjourned.